third at the finishing line, and fourth this morning. So we're about to go green here. Right now, actually, the clock starts counting down, the air horn goes off, and Moto3 Practice 35 minutes gets underway, and our first riders are heading out already. We said about Munoz, he was fourth. Matteo Bertelli, strong weekend last time out, even if he didn't make it much past turn one in the race. He was fifth this morning, so form looking good for the number 18.
Yeah, it is. Slowly building up to what we saw from Bertelli at the start of the last year, isn't it? Of course, didn't race here last year, didn't finish here in 2024 and picked up a P17 in 2023, did Matteo Bertelli. So, yeah, hasn't had the form round here in previous years, but he is starting to build up form now, which is good to see, of course. Disappointing end to a promising weekend over in Jerez. That first corner contact between the 31 of Fernandez and Bertelli, rightly deemed a racing incident, but unfortunately with Bertelli he crashed. Thankfully he was all okay though, which was the main thing. But good to see Bertelli back inside the top 5 this morning to continue that small amounts of momentum that he's beginning to build again in Moto3.
Adrian Fernandez leaves the pit, so we just had a small glimpse of David Munoz needing a little bit of an extra push. Looks like he's called it coming out of the box, but he's all okay. Now heads out onto track. Gotta say, no crashes this morning in Moto3. We did highlight turn 3 as a potential flashpoint. It normally is here at Lemans, but no such big dramas really across any classes really. It was only Philip Salac in Moto2 who caught the attention really as far as crashes go. So conditions absolutely ideal. We were walking up the pit lane, up the paddock earlier to come up here now for commentary, and we're saying Le Mans in the sun. It was a little bit toasty out there, about 20 degrees, but any racetrack in the world in the sun is pretty cool. But somewhere as historic as this and as important as this is to us, it's brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah, a great circuit to be at, especially in the sun as well, and good for the fans, of course, who are already packing out the grandstands. As we mentioned, tomorrow looks a bit hit and miss in terms of whether the rain will fall or not, but Sunday looks like it's absolutely guaranteed to be wet weather. So at least the fans, who probably won't even care that it's raining on Sunday, they're just here to see these riders in Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP, and the Red Bull Rookies Cup riders are here, of course, as well. They're just here to see the stars of the future and the stars of now in MotoGP do their thing here in Le Mans, of course. Quartararo and Zarco, the two home heroes in MotoGP. The French come out no matter what the weather, so if it's raining on Sunday, so be it. They won't care at all. But it's good for the riders and the fans to get some dry weather running this afternoon in, as we mentioned, in pretty much ideal conditions.
No French representation in Moto3, but there are two teams, the CIP Green Power team and indeed the Tech 3 KTM team. They are both from here in France, so they'll be looking to put on a show. Tech 3 launched their new hospitality this weekend. We had a chance to nip down and sample a few of their offerings. Very nice indeed. And as far as CIP are concerned, it's their biggest Grand Prix of the season. So definitely a big one for not just guests and hospitality, but on-track results. It's an important one for those two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've run out of Aperol down at Tech 3 after you visited there yesterday afternoon as well. So fingers crossed they've managed to replenish the stocks.
Can neither confirm nor deny that statement.
Yes, but on a serious note, on track, yeah, important weekend for everyone, of course, but when it's your home Grand Prix as the team, as it is for CIP Green Power and Tech 3, of course. I've not seen Gunther Steiner here this weekend so far, actually. I'll be interested to see if Gunther is around. I know he wasn't in Jerez, I think. So, yeah, but anyway, it's an important weekend for Tech 3 and CIP Green Power, and it was a decent session this morning for CIP Green Power, and it's Scott Ogden P12, Adrian Cruz P13, a little bit of a slower start for the Tech 3 duo Peroni and Sal Mella. Peroni in P16, Sal Mella in P18, so a little bit of work to do, but it's only FP1. And expect the times to tumble and change a lot this afternoon when the riders begin to push a little bit more.
Yeah, indeed. You get the feeling that track position is going to be quite important around here, Al. We know that Le Mans is a bit stop-start, it's a bit fiddly, particularly this last sector, very nadry indeed. The racing line is very, very narrow coming through these final 3 or 4 corners, so track position is going to be key. We know Max Quiles quite enjoys lapping on his own, and that's what he's doing right now. He's just coming through to complete his first flying lap. Let's see what Quiles has got. He goes straight into 4th place on 41.9. That's a little while off what they were able to do this morning, but only a couple of tenths off what he was able to do this morning. So Quiles just cracking on and getting on with it. Slipstream here, important up the front straight, and there's a couple of small places where you can probably pick up a little bit more, particularly down over at the run towards the Shimano berth, but really slipstream a lot less important around here.
Yeah, coming out of turn 14, slowish in a final corner here at Le Mans, and then rising up to the hill.
Going down the hill and not the right way. Max Quiles, well, he got a lovely live slow-mo shot from Mr. TV Director, and no wonder he cut away from it, because Max Quiles has decided he's going to go across the sand pit, throw a load of rocks everywhere. He was almost doing the 24-hour route in the cars, all the way down. That's towards La Chapelle as he works his way up over the top of the hill. So Quiles is our first faller down at turn 6 of the weekend in Moto3. So good to see he's back up on his wheels, and he'll work his way back towards pit lane. But Quiles, not quite the ideal start to the afternoon.
No, not at all. Importantly, he did keep the bike running, so no issues there in terms of having a penalty. If the bike is running, you can continue on your way. And let's have a look then, coming through the Dunlop Bridge up at turn 5. This is down into turn 6. A bit of front end chatter, and it went away pretty early, didn't it? Quite fast, of course, down into La Chapelle at turn 6 here at Le Mans, and there was no chance of saving that one for Quiles. A simple enough get off, but definitely not the ideal start to the session.
One bike in Moto3, so he'll be glad that didn't pick up and bounce around. It did just clip the grass, so it's all right. He's riding it back to the pits. We've got a yellow flag in sector 3. That's Casey O'Gorman who's gone down. That is around the Shimano berth, turns 9 and 10. So I wonder if he's lost it on the exit, or if it is on the exit, it's going to be big. Well, out the front door and over the top, and he's going through the gravel. So Casey O'Gorman, that is a big old get-off. We caught it late. We were watching Marco Morelli, and I did fear that yellow flags on the exit of turns 9 and 10 does usually mean that we do have a high side, and that is a big one. Good to see the Irishman up on his feet.
Yeah, absolutely. It's where Angel Bequeiras crashed out at last year's race as well, pretty much in identical circumstances. This is Quiles coming back to pit lane, so a dramatic start then here in Moto3 Practice. Had a relatively quiet and comfortable session earlier on, did the Moto3 riders. Not such the case a couple of hours later in practice. This is Carpe. He's well on his way to P1 so far and going well as things stand. But yeah, Quiles then, hopefully there's not too much damage to that machine. You can see a lot of gravel being kicked up by Casey O'Gorman's Honda.
And you know, this is something that we see so often. We have a slightly calmer affair, tentative affair almost, in free practice 1, and then everyone's got through that safely. The sun comes out, the track temperature's up, and everyone's just pushing a little bit more, perhaps than conditions allow, and that's when we start to see errors, as Alvaro Carpe just shuffles Ruche Moodley out the way. That was coming down into Recordamon, and a little bit of a shake of the head as well from the number 83. But the thing is, it's so tight around here. Once you're committing to making a move, you've really got to force it to fit, and that's exactly what David Munoz did last year in the race. If you can think back to that fantastic final lap with Joel Kelso leading the way on route for his first Grand Prix victory, until Munoz'd him, and up the inside came Jose Antonio Rueda to pinch it all off him. But when you make the move, you've got to be ruthless with it.
Yeah, it's quite fiddly, isn't it, the last sector here, as we get more yellow flags in sector 3. Hopefully that's someone just running on. No, it isn't.
It's
that looks like
Yamanaka. That is over at turns 9 and 10. That's at least that's on the exit, yeah. So turn 10, more rocks, and yeah, that's not ideal. I'll tell you what, we've got more yellow flags as well over at turn 6, but this is what's happened to Ryusei, watching Almanza and coming through the back of shot. Now that looks like he's lost that.
Went very early, that.
I think he's lost the front coming through turn 9 there. Oh, Guido Pini, we've got a real session of attrition going on here. Guido Pini, don't forget, you can't restart the bike there. You've got to get it out to the service road. So that's turn 6. That is over at La Chapelle. That looks a bit further around than where Quiles was, though. We pick it up late. Pini checks out.
Yeah, a lot later, because you can see where the gravel trap is. Obviously, Quiles slid down the roads, the track that leads onto the Le Mans 24-hour circuit. So our two latest race winners, Quiles and Pini, have both hit the deck at turn 6 early in this session.
Far from ideal, but as I say, we are in that kind of window where everyone's figuring out track conditions, and maybe they're not quite as good as they may well be thinking. We're 10 minutes into this nearly. David Almanza, David Munoz, so Team David is on a great lap here. This is Munoz across the line. He goes second in the end, and it is Almanza who's first, and Almanza is looking to move the goalpost. He's in the third sector as it stands. Hopefully he'll come through without any dramas. Almanza, Munoz, Carpe, Hakim Danish has moved up to 4th, Morelli 5th, Kelso 6th. It's 7th for Fernandez, then O'Shea, Peroni, Pratama, Moody, Rios, Uriarte and Esteban. More yellow flags, and
Carpe.
this time it's for Alvaro Carpe, sector 2. I wonder if that's La Chapelle again. It looks like it is, and it looks like it's on the approach down there. So another fast fall. Let's see what happened. Oh, he loses it. I'll tell you what, he's barely got that lent over, had he?
Yeah, that went very, very early for Carpe. Quiles a little bit further around the corner, and Pini even more so, but good news for Carpe is he's kept it running just as Quiles did. Pini not so lucky to keep it running, but that's a third crash already down at turn 6. It's a bit of a pinch point here, but you wouldn't say it's one of the hot spots necessarily for crashing, but obviously a difficult sort of downhill braking zone, and when the riders are pushing early in the session, clearly catching out some of the quickest riders this year so far.
I remember, when was it, 2017?
I know
we
exactly
had
what
the
you're
big
talking
oil
about, yeah.
spill down there. It was Suzuki, I think it was, who's in the paddock this weekend in Honda gear as well, helping out down there, I think in Honda Team Agency. So I think it was, yeah, Tatsuki Suzuki had actually crashed at turn 4, remounted, spilt a load of oil everywhere, and then next lap around, everyone went down there at La Chapelle. I remember Nicolo Bulaga taking a bike right up his inside. So, well, everyone watches on down in the empty helmets, a on-credit MSI team. Meanwhile, we've seen this loads of times, haven't we? The number 22, David Almanza, has found himself a nice bit of quiet track, and he's just going to get on with this and try and get back into the kind of form we know he's capable of. It was over in Thailand where he was just lapping so consistently on his own Goiânia as well. Almanza's got brilliant pace when it comes to free practice and practice, and really, you've got to say in Grand Prix now as well, it's just his injury that helped him back a little bit last time out.
Yeah, I'm impressed with how Almanza's returned from injury, to be fair. He had a good weekend over in Ref. I know he wouldn't have looked at the P8 result as a good weekend, and he did describe the Grand Prix as pretty difficult, was suffering with that elbow and couldn't use the engine brake and was struggling in the fast corners, but to get a top 10 after fracturing your elbow a few weeks prior was a really good job, and now he's looking like the old self of David Almanza that we saw at the start of the season, that was leading in Brazil before that crash, of course, and didn't dominate in Thailand in terms of the deficit, in terms of the actual gap to Quiles, but was on pole and stuck it on top of the podium as well, and did Almanza in his first weekend with the team, and this is really impressive. Obviously another week and a little bit more at home to get a little bit fitter, get some more mileage into the elbow on bikes and in the gym, etc. And now he's turned up at Le Mans and he's looking really, really good. So I've been very impressed this season with Almanza, and equally so with Munoz as well. A fantastic return from injury for Munoz, who of course picked up that P10 over in Thailand, but little did we know he was about to undergo a 6th surgery on that fractured femur. So fair play to both of the Liqui Moly Dynamo Intact GP boys at the top of the standings.
Worth noting as well that while there was no dominant win for Almanza in Thailand, him and Quiles, very much like in Goiânia, a class ahead of the field. So before that injury, it really was those two who were the cream of Moto3 in 2026. We'll just have to wait and see whether Almanza can get back onto the shirt tails of Max Quiles. So at the moment it's down in 18th place as we approach the first quarter of an hour being completed. We're watching Adrian Cruces, of course, the team's home GP. This is the CIP Green Power lot, firing it out, record them on down towards the start and finishing line. Let's see whether or not he can go up, and he does, moves up into 14th place, but these times are going to tumble just a little bit more yet.
Yeah, they certainly are. Cruz says then up inside that top 14 as things stand. Both Grid MLav Hondas are inside the top 10. Caught up with Eddie O'Shea briefly earlier on after FP1, and he said he was feeling pretty comfortable and lapsed the whole session on the same tyres. Finished outside the top 20 in P22 on 21 did O'Shea, and now he's inside that top 10. So good stuff so far for the Grid MLav riders. Of course, Kelso, podium finisher here, was so close to that debut victory. We've mentioned it a couple of times already. As we see Quiles back out on track, you can see the scuff the leathers where Quiles obviously went down the road, but good news is it was a quick fix for the Aspar team, just running a little bit wide there. I think he's probably just trying to find some free space, because he's mentioned a lot this year, hasn't he, Quiles, that he doesn't want to get involved in practice with these sorts of games. Sometimes you can't avoid it, and when you're Maximo Quiles and topping every session in Jerez, you're going to have people trying to follow you. But Quiles this year is focused on himself and wants to lap alone as much as possible and get dialed in for Sunday.
This is Eddie O'Shea up there in 8th place at the moment, just chatting away to Grugi Franco Vicente. So Eddie O'Shea gives us a thumbs up. Yeah, you can be proud of that one as well at the moment. 8th place, but he's in the pit at the moment, as you can see. So we'll just have to wait and see what Eddie O'Shea's got. But has been in Q2 a few times already this season. Wants to add to that tally. Just on Quiles, of course, winner last time out at Jerez. Looking for his first back-to-back wins. Can't believe it. He's been such a front runner already in just the 1 year he's been in Moto3, but he's yet to take consecutive victories. So gotta say, Quiles looking pretty on for it so far. As long as he comes through this session, you've got to feel without any more misdemeanors and goes into Q2. As we watch the two former teammates, it was Adrian Fernandez and David Almanza working their way up towards turn 3, but this is Quiles getting it down into garage there and then firing it back across the second apex there, turn 8, and this is down. The only other bit of this track, with the exception of the front straight, was, as we were saying earlier, can provide maybe a little bit of slipstream.
Yeah, and then you get into Shimano berth of turn 9 and 10 before it gets a little bit tighter around Garage Bleu, the S de Garage Bleu curve at turn 11, and then through turn 12 and into Recordemont, the final couple of corners before you fire it towards the start-finish line. Important few laps this is actually for Quiles. He's not lost too much time, too much ground, but I don't know what caused the crash, but maybe just pushing on a little bit. I think it was the America's Grand Prix, wasn't it, when we saw Quiles in practice having plenty of moments, and I think he referenced that at the end of play on Friday. Said he just needed to cool down a bit. Too many scares on that sort of front end. And the rear end over in Austin, and he does admit that he does get a little bit too overexcited sometimes. He does rise into the top 14, so maybe a little bit of a bank lap time there, but he'll be looking and wanting for plenty more than that. 6/10 off David Almanza as things stand.
Indeed he is, but I don't think they'll need to worry about that too much longer. Coming down into this Recordemont, Adrian Fernandez just trying to work this one out at the moment, on the podium last time out. Got to say, not a staggering record around here, but has had a few comebacks around here. I think it was 21st to 4th 1 year. He came flying through the order. I think that was back 26th to 6th. It was 2021. Just checking my notes. Down here for Adrian Fernandez, so likes a comeback, but that one probably one of his hardest ones. 4th to 6th in 2024, Hasn't had any back-to-back podiums though, Al. He's never had a podium here, but never had back-to-back podiums since the opening 2 GPs of last year. So Fernandez, consistency has been a little bit of a problem. Oh, right, Rico Salmela. And what a shot that is from our cameramen and women out there. Oh! That's going in every direction, but the way he wants to go, oh, dearie me, Rico Salmela. Well, fantastic.
Yeah, good shot there, and good from the camera operator out on circuit. There is Rico Salmela pulling into pit lane, potentially for a fresh pair of underwear, but also, yeah, just shakes the head there. A very, very close moment for Salmela on the exit of turn 4, obviously trying to ask for potentially a little bit too much gas, and if you get it on too much of the curb while asking for the gas, then it could go a little bit wrong, which it nearly did there for Salmela. This is David Almanza, who continues on his way, just loses time there in sector 3. Crew says maybe just got in his way a tad, but it's still not going to be too bad of a lap time for Almanza, who sits over a 10th clear of teammate David Munoz so far. Carpe's not lost any ground after his crash, but we've not seen him back out on circuit yet, have we? The Spaniard who topped the timesheets this morning. So for Almanza, some of his closest challenges, if he's going to continue on his way like this for the weekend, Quiles and Carpe, definitely 2 of those, it's going much more smoothly for the number. Which he will need, obviously, after the injury that he picked up a few rounds ago in Brazil.
And it's got to be said as well from Almanza that it seems to be lap after lap after lap he's able to get within a 10th or 2 of his absolute best time so far. He is the only rider at the moment in the 140s, so 140.918 puts him more than a 10th clear of the chasing pack, which is led by his teammate David Munoz. We have a look at what they were able to do this morning. We're only down in the 41.2 set by Carpe. So Almanza thus far with the fastest time of the weekend. We pick up Joel Kelso's following well, the bike he was on once upon a time and was on almost to victory here 12 months ago. Joel Esteban is just ahead of him. Esteban decent qualifying of late, it's got to be said, for the number 78. He's really found a little bit of form when it comes to a time attack. He was pole over in Brazil. He was 6th in America and 4th last time out in Jerez. So looking to try and see if he can get back on that front row. But very, very strong stuff. 3 consecutive front 2-row starts for Esteban.
Yeah, and just said on Sunday it didn't really quite work out for him. Didn't feel comfortable on the bike in Sunday's Grand Prix over in Jerez. This is Carpe leaving the pit lane. The mechanic's just doing the final checks before the riders head out. No, it's heading back into the box. Carpe's going to have to wait a little bit longer to head out on that KTM. Not sure what the issue is down there, if it's just, yeah, I can't quite tell obviously from here, so hopefully for Carpe's sake that he does head out pretty soon. But yeah, Esteban has been in decent form this year. Didn't race here last year, of course, but did race here in 2024 and finished 4th place from 16th on the grid, so goes well around here if the history book tells us, which it does. So yeah, Esteban will be hoping for another strong weekend and basically bounce back from what he described as a really disappointing Sunday, even though you know, a P10 ain't a bad result in Jerez, but when you qualify P4 going into Sunday at your home Grand Prix, of course, as well, you're going to want a bit more than P10.
Esteban's in good form around here, around Moto3 at the moment in qualifying. His best one though here is 16th. He did come through to finish 4th though. That was a couple of years ago, of course. So Joel Esteban, we'll have to wait and see what he's got up his sleeve for tomorrow. But job number 1 will be staying in those top 14 places. Less than a quarter of an hour to go then. Almanza, Munoz, Carpe, Hakim, Danish are your top 4. Marco Morelli had a Joel Kelso. Both of those guys are in the pit. 7th for Fernandez. Joel Esteban, who we're talking about here, 8th place. 9th for Eddie O'Shea. Max Quiles off screen has moved up into P10. P11 for Brian Uriarte. Valentin Peroni is there in 12th. Vedapratama 13th. And Ruche Moodley again doing a good job up inside the top 14 places. Now, Moodley, it's got to be said, it really didn't materialise to anything that special at all in Jerez. He was unlucky not to move through automatically in practice, but he was able to qualify 14th, moving on through via Q1. Adrian Fernandez lights up the rear end, and that lap, well, it was already gone, and that time it did definitely go away in the final sector. But back to Moodley, at the moment in 14th place and in the pit, but qualified 14th last time out at Jerez, only finished in 22nd though, so still chasing his first point of the 2026 campaign as a South African.
Yeah, he is, and not had points since the Indonesian Grand Prix, of course, back in 2025 when he finished P13. Does have podium pedigree here, does Rouchet Moodley, in the Red Bull Rookies Cup back in 2023. So I know it's a bit of a stretch to expect the same from the South African this weekend, but you never know. In the obviously tricky conditions, maybe Moodley can fight for the podium. This is the Leopard Honda box, and that is Guido Pini, who's just putting his helmet back on. So it looks like potentially Pini could be heading out soonish, which is good news because the clock is ticking and he's losing some crucial ground here in this practice session.
Just on Moodley, that podium came from the 5th row of the grid as well in 13th place. So, you know, qualifying might not be a strong point for some, but if it is a bit damp and wet on Sunday, then qualifying does go a little bit out the window. It's all about feel that you have out there on the track. We've got Guido Pini, we saw him just in the pits. He hasn't set a time. I'm thinking back to Jerez when Friday afternoon really unravelled to the 94. Let's hope he doesn't have to go through that all over again.
Yeah, it's a good point. Finished 15th, didn't he, on Friday over in Jerez, and then eventually qualified in 21st. Couldn't hook it up in Q1, and when you're qualifying down in P21, it's pretty much saying goodbye to your victory hopes. Sometimes it may work out if you get a good start, but obviously you do not want to be qualifying down outside the top 20, especially after you've just won your first Grand Prix over in America. It was his first DNF of the season. He didn't score points in Thailand with a P20 finish, but first time not seeing the checker flag Pini, so he won't want to repeat that again this weekend. We
just saw Matteo Bertelli come into the box. I've got to say, observation here. That's the first time I think I've seen Matteo Bertelli walk without a limp all season, because he's obviously been coming back from that awful leg break that he suffered last year in training. But when he came back, he was really walking with quite a limp, and also right the way through this season. But Matteo Bertelli looked much more comfortable getting off that number 18 KTM just then. Yeah,
I didn't quite catch it, but agreed. If Bertelli, of course, is continuing to get fitter and fitter, and it's replicated on the results we're starting to see. Of course, didn't have anything to show for it in Jerez, but definitely he's making steps forward, and of course getting fitter with the several injuries that he picked up at the start of last year after the America's Grand Prix. It's all got a bit quiet in Le Mans, hasn't it? The fans are expecting a frantic final 10 minutes, as are we, and that is Brian Ariarte, I believe, coming back into the Red Bull KTM box. Or is it Alvaro Carpe's just headed back out and then come back in? It is Carpe that's headed out and come back in again. So not sure if there's an issue there, or just the team and Carpe wanted to get out and make sure there was no teething issues after a bit of a repair job, come back in and be aligned with everyone else going back out on circuit as well.
Carpe at the moment is pretty safe up there in third. We've got David Almanza on your screen. He's out on track. Oh dear me. Guido Pini's playing hide and seek. He's having a look up pit lane to see, I wonder if he can get a nice little tow or something to drag him round this Le Mans circuit. Look at all the rocks. It's like a quarry down there at Leopard Racing at the moment. And they're in a bit of a quandary when it comes to Guido Pini, yet to set a time. Everyone else has got at least one on the board. David Almanza, I was just about to say who's on track. So Almanza's on your screen, he's out on track. Then you've got Hakim Danish, he's out on track, along with Marco Morelli. You've got Rouchet Moodley, who's just behind Almanza on track. He's also out there. Cruz says, Buchanan, Ogden, Yamanaka, Leo Ramersdorfer, and Casey Gorman. Not sure whether Casey Gorman's out on track or if they are still recovering the bike. So we'll have to wait and see on that until we get a shot of Casey Gorman, who did have a bit of a big high side coming through turns 9 and turns 10. This is encouraging, this from David Almanza through that first sector. He's set so many red sectors in this session already. This is against his own time, and again he's quick in that second one too. We're still a long way off what the lap record was though, El, so there's a lot of time still out there to be found on this track. Working his way now down this back straight towards the Shimano berth.
Yeah, just over a second so far off the lap record, but do expect that to change and for us to chip away at it. The riders, of course, chipping away, not us sat in the commentary box. David Almanza looking very, very confident, isn't he? Wants to go alone, and he's setting red sectors along with it. If Danish can just stick with him, I know Danish isn't on a lap time as things stand, but if he can stick with Almanza, who will surely go again and trying to improve, he's looking like he's going to improve this time around. They were 10th under through the third split, now rounding turn 12, and just record a month to go, 13 and 14, before potentially extending his lead at the top of the timesheets.
Oh, he's got his arch rival just ahead of him as well, I think, is in Scott Ogden. So number 19 might be needing to get out of the way of Almanza, who does improve. What did he do in the final sector? Oh, dearie me, David Almanza, 3/10 up at the end of that, so a 140.601, he's nearly half a second clear of everyone else. So Almanza definitely in time attack mode, but a fantastic final sector done by the number 22. Likewise for Morelli, he moves into the 140s now as well, 2.5 tenths off the number 22, who's up ahead of him on the track, and likewise in the order. This is Adrian Cruces. If he can hold all this to the line, this will put him well inside the top 10. Let's see what he's able to do. Ooh, did he run out onto the green there? Is this lap going to get canned? If it doesn't, it puts him third. And just behind him, that is Rushain Moodley, who is continuing to try and keep his place in the top 14. He's just been pushed out by Cruces. Moodley now 15th.
Yeah, Pratama now on the cut line in P14, the Indonesian. Not seen too much of the number 9 so far in this session, but we rightly focus on the championship leader, Maximo Quiles. Where is he? So far in the standings, P11, so by no means safe on the number 28. Just got to try and keep it as clean as possible. He's got enough pace in hand here to get himself inside that top 14 quite comfortably, I'm sure, but no mistakes will be needed now for Quiles and the team.
Quiles is starting a flying lap. He's down there in 11th, as you say. Almanza's doing it again. He is looking so smooth out there. 3.5 tenths up through that third sector, so Almanza looking very, very good and comfortable here. He's just working his way down through 12. This is Recordum on 13 and 14. The number 13 on your screen of Hakim Danish. He's just got to come through the double apex right. He's got Almanza as a reference. Almanza's coming across the line. This is going to be improving again into the 140.3s, and Danish, with that reference, goes to a 140.4. So Danish has found some pace as well. This is a bit more like it, Moto3.
Yeah, exactly. Danish, like we mentioned, latched himself onto the rear end of David Almanza. Yellow flags in sector 3. Where is that going to be? We'll catch that in a minute. Morelli moves it back into P3, so a good lap time for the Argentines. So it's Spain from Malaysia, from Argentina, from Great Britain so far in the top 4.
We have a red dot stuck in the oh, I did fear, is it one of the Code Motorsport bikes? And it is indeed Rushain Moodley. We had a red dot stuck in the yellow flag zone, and this is going to be through turns 9 and 10. Look at all the rocks all over the gravel, all over the track, sorry, and Moodley ends up in the gravel. I think he lost the front again. That looks like a turn 9, and the bike just skittered across the track, and it's ended up at turn 10. So another faller, and you've got to say Rushain Moodley now probably unlikely to get in the top 14.
Yeah, hopefully the South African can get that bike up and running on the service road and potentially get back out on circuit and try get a lap time in. Lap time cancelled for Joel Kelso, assuming that is because of yellow flags. He'd just come through that sector 3 where Moodley had crashed, so Kelso has got to go again. Who was looking good in P7. This is getting pretty tight, isn't it? That's Guido Pini and Valentin Peroni scrapping away with Nicola Carraro, a box office seat right behind them as well. Peroni, a good lap time, P6, just behind Pratama, who responds after being shuffled towards the outside of top 15, moves into P5.
Great time as well from Pini. At least he's got one on the board now, but an even better time from Jesus Rios, who I think was just up ahead of them on track. So Rios goes 7th. So very, very encouraging from the 54. Now we're back in European tracks and territory. He's looking really, really strong. He was in the top 10 last time out in Jerez, don't forget, on the Snipers Revocold machine. Coming through the final sector, we're picking up Brian Uriarte, who's a quarter of a second off through 3 sectors. He's got Batelli just ahead of him, punching a hole in the air. Brian Uriarte moves out of the from outside the top 14 up into the top 4. So good job done by the number 51. Almanza's teammate has just gone top. David Munoz, number 64, right on your screens now, on a 140.244. So it's Team Dave 1-2, but they have reversed now. Munoz ahead of Almanza. Yellow flags in sector 4 this time. This could be the final corner. Indeed it is, and it's Adrian Cruces who's parked the CIP green power machine, it looks like, on the exit of the final corner. Let's have a look.
Yeah, we're going to get a replay of this. It's going to hinder Joel Kelso and Eddie O'Shea, who are on personal best lap times coming through.
Oh, he almost saved it.
He did almost save it, but just got too much curb. The front end went there.
This is
got a little bit out of shape. Yeah, front end just got on the curbs, chatter on the front and trying to dig his elbow in was Cruces. Then the rear end comes out as well. Yeah, unfortunately for Cruces, he does head down the road. Can't quite tell if yellow flags are still out. There's going to be lap time cancelled. No, the yellow flag's gone in. So did that hinder Joel Kelso and Eddie O'Shea have moved into that top 14. We'll find out if the lap's cancelled.
I've got to say, they did both lose their time before that as well, courtesy of the yellow flags at turn 9 and 10 for Uche Moodley. So not much luck for Michael Laverty's Grid M-Lab squad at the moment. I can tell you, Guido Pini's the rider trying to throw Eddie O'Shea out of the top 14 and automation into Q2. Pini is 15th. Another top time from David Almanza, a 140.225, 200s quicker than his teammate Munoz, who's right in touch though. He's in the final sector. So this is really, really good stuff from Peter Ertl's team here in the Licramoli Dynamo Intact GP squad. This is Munoz. Is he going to take back P1? Yes, he is, by 14 thousandths of a second. A trading blow for blow now, the 64 and the 22. The team will be happy as long as both bikes get to the end and they've stayed 1 and 2. They'll be relatively happy with that. Eddie O'Shea is still your rider in the drop zone. I can tell you Batelli's moved in, Ogden's moved in, Kelso's just had his lap time done. That puts Pini into 14th, and Kelso's rolled out of it on this lap as well. I
imagine O'Shea's lap time is going to go as well, because he's obviously right behind Kelso on circuit, so that could push O'Shea back out of the top 14, unless there was a bit of a gap and the yellows didn't cost O'Shea compared to Kelso. O'Shea's time is still there, which could be crucial, but he's on a PB as things stand. Turn 14 this is, before the run to the line.
I think O'Shea's lap time is his one set earlier in the session now, so I think he might be okay. O'Shea anyway does improve this time around to update his lap time. Doesn't really change anything though, he stays 13th. Carpe is back out now and is your big name out at the moment in 15th place. So last week we had Guido Pini, who was in all kinds of drama. This week it's Alvaro Carpe, and we are fast approaching the, well, they're on their last flying laps now actually. Pini's on his last flying lap, likewise Carpe, and Kelso surely is as well as they come down towards La Chapelle. Let's see what Carpe's got. He's personal best through that first sector, so if he can hold that, he should be safe and sound.
Yeah, Batelli and Ogden are on decent lap times. Keeles has come through the first split, 2.5 attempts down. Where is Keeles on timing screens? P8 as things stand. He's set a personal best, but it's not really going to challenge the top 3, including his teammate Marco Morelli, but he should be safe. The championship leader, who else is on a decent time? Joel Kelso is setting a good time. He's only 3.5 tenths away.
The lap's gone for Carpe. He's going to be in Q1 out. He made a mess of it down at Garage Vert, and that is a disaster. The number 83 was in deep. He went on the curb, then shook his head, and this is going to be Q1 bound for the number 83. Disaster for Alvaro Carpe, and I tell you what, this is what happened.
Yeah, I was looking at the timing screens while this happened, but just got it too late on the brakes and couldn't hook it up, got on the curb, and you're going to lose all your time, all your momentum around there. The lap gone, and he's not going to get round for another one. So that is Carpe in Q1, checkered flag out, and more yellow flags. That's David Almanza.
Almanza's down, and that looks to me, is that turn, that's turn 8. That is down towards turn 8, I'm sure that, yes it is, because that's a long
Kelso
lap.
in.
Kelso is in, yes, Kelso's moved in up into P11. Fantastic stuff. Eddie O'Shea has taken the flag, but he's 14th. Pini is going to find himself in Q1 along with Alvaro Carpe. So that is a disaster. 2 rounds running. Guido Pini has not got the business done on a Friday afternoon. Who else is out there on personal best? We've got Batelli, who's in there at the moment. This is what happened to Almanza. I think this is just going to be a front end fold-in. Oh, just as it all unloaded, that back end kicked out. He had to let the brakes off, and yeah, David Almanza is pretty furious with that. Oh yes, yes, that was always going to fold the front. He lost that very early.
Yeah, no chance of saving that one. Way too hot into there was Almanza. Thankfully, he's up and walking and looks relatively okay. He was punching the gravel trap, so hopefully that means there was no pain involved in that crash for the rider, who is safely into Q2 behind his teammate David Munoz, who, yeah, fair enough, Friday pulls a wheelie. It's only Friday, but we'll let him off after the injury woes, the struggles, the 6 surgeries that he's had after a podium over in Jerez to top Friday here in Le Mans. It means that the 64, dare I say, is back.
He is back in it. Was he ever away, really, when he was at full fitness anyway? He is someone to keep an eye on. David Munoz it is, who is P1 in Moto3 Practice. And I think he's going to do the whole of this in-lap on his rear wheel, isn't he? Working his way down towards La Chapelle. So, good stuff indeed from the number 64. David Almanza, we've already seen him go through the kitty litter. He was in second place. Marco Morelli, who is your top CF Moto Gaviota Aspar team representative, up there in third place, just ahead of Hakim Danish. Max Kilo's 8th place, so same as this morning, really. But in, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, and we saw with Carpe that, you know, both had similar crashes. Okay, Carpe was a little bit earlier into the corner. Same corner, though, not too distant away from each other as well. Carpe a little bit later in the session, but that just goes to show, no matter how quick you are, if you have a crash, it can really catch you out. Quiles is in the championship, job done for Friday. Carpe, though, not job done for Friday. He is heading to Q1, and he will understandably be a little bit disappointed with that one.
How much did he miss out by? Carpe, 41-1. Yeah, you're talking a tenth and a bit.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Exactly. Carpe, well, second in the championship, as you said, Al. He's now finding himself down in Q1. It's absolutely not a disaster, but it's just an extra stress tomorrow when we don't know the weather conditions as well. You know, it's lovely today. It could be a summer's day up here in North Western France, but unfortunately that's not typical of Le Mans. So if we do have some drizzle tomorrow, it really could be all fun and games in that Q1 session.
Yeah, sometimes that might work out in the favour of riders going through Q1 if the conditions are a little bit iffy, but you never want to be in Q1. Shout out to the Grid M Lav riders, both of them into Q2. A late lap from Kelso, getting the Australian in, and an earlier lap time from Eddie O'Shea. In fact, 11 lap of 12 was his fastest lap time, so O'Shea just squeezing in there into the top 14. Michael
Laverty will be happy with that, won't he, going into the rest of the weekend? Munoz, it is, who leads a Lick Romoli Dynavolt Intact GP Team 1-2. David Almanza second with a crash towards the end of that session. He was up on his feet and relatively all right. Marco Morelli, the Argentine, up there in third. Danish from Malaysia in fourth. Brian Uriarte moving through to complete the top 5. All the way down to Eddie O'Shea, who's the last rider automatically through into Q2. Guido Pini's got work to do. Alvaro Carpe likewise. So two of our big stars are going to headline Q1 tomorrow. Joel Esteban's down there as well, as is Ryusei Yamanaka. Yamanaka perhaps less of a shock in given his recent form, but that is a power-packed Q1 coming up tomorrow. Moto3 action will continue tomorrow. That is all she wrote on day one here at the French GP for Moto. Moto2 coming up next. That's it for myself, Kiko Giles, Lewis Sotheby and El York taking you through this one. Enjoy.
Afternoon, everybody, from Le Mans as we get set for Moto2 action on a Friday afternoon with Q2 places up for grabs in the next 45 minutes or so. Of course, MotoGP out on track at 3 p.m, so just over an hour's time. Their 1 hour practice session will take place, which after what we saw in Moto3 Practice one this morning is rather difficult to call after seeing less than a second cover the top 18 or 19 riders in the end. Fascinating stuff in front of what is a very healthy Friday crowd by any standard. Of course, the French Grand Prix set the record last year for the best attended Grand Prix of all time. The record 3-day crowd of over 300,000 watched the action here a year ago. And we're expecting something along those lines again this year. It is sold out for Sunday. And you're going to have to work very hard to secure any tickets for tomorrow too. With the Tissot Sprint, of course, headlining tomorrow's action in what are expected to be slightly different weather conditions to this. It's short sleeves. In some cases, in the grandstand opposite us, it's shirts off altogether in what are very un-Le Mans-like May weather conditions. Beautiful blue skies. Pretty comfortable temperatures, just nudging 20 degrees. But we're expecting the clouds to roll in as we go through Saturday, and particular into Sunday. We're expecting them to bring plenty of rain along with them. Grand Prix, of course, here in Moto2 over 22 laps on Sunday afternoon is strongly predicted to be rain affected, which could turn what is currently a very intriguing form guide completely on its head. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York will talk you through what should be a crucial and very closely contested practice session over 40 minutes. This morning, we had a second covering the top 20 riders at the end of practice, and down to Jose Antonio Rueda in 24th place, just 1.2 seconds covering the lot. There is no margin for error here.
Yeah, pretty standard Moto2 these days, isn't it, when a second covers, as you say, the top 20. Jose Antonio Rueda, of course, just recovering from arm pump surgery, was only 1.2 seconds away. I don't think he'd have been too displeased with that, but seeing yourself in P24, that won't do, will it? But very tight at the top as well, a tenth and a half covering the top 6 down to Danny Holgado. So if that's anything to go by, and the season so far is anything to go by, then we're in for a real treat this afternoon. Better job done earlier on, it has to be said, for Danny Holgado, who's had a tricky time of things recently. We're just watching him doing his last-minute homework inside the box as the fans enjoy their lunch in the sun. The ticket sales are going to be sold out, and I think umbrella sales are going to be sold out as well for Sunday. So good luck trying to find an umbrella if you are coming to Le Mans. Get that in early doors before Sunday, because I think you're going to need it if you're not in a covered grandstand here at Le Mans. But they won't care. One man who might care about the rain coming on Sunday is this rider, though, Manu Gonzalez. We spoke about it this morning. He'll be wanting dry conditions. The table topper from this morning, looking good again in Le Mans, is Manu Gas, pole position and a victory here last year. He'll take that again, of course, this year as well. Well, the rider 9.5, I'm going to say seconds there, 9.5 points clear of Senna Agius in the championship chase.
Yeah, we're getting our work in on the petition to scrap half points for the future, because it does make it look
really
rather messy at the top of the World Championship, particularly given that the rider who's likely to lead the World Championship will be very close to it for the majority of the season. Manu Gonzalez has a 0.5 at the end of his current points tally. Of course, he won the Grand Prix that was only awarded half points, 12.5 he got for beating this young man, Ethan Gavara, in Buriram in that 7-lap dash for the cash. It was Manu Gonzalez who cashed in on the opening day of the season. Ethan Gavara, well, he was right on the heels of Gonzalez this morning too. Second place for Ethan Gavara. Strong morning for Boscoscuro. They had 4 riders inside the top 14, and the 2 Boscoscuro leading contenders who've each stood on a podium so far this season. In Ethan Gavara's case, he's done it twice, and Chelsea Vietti here on screen once, each inside the top 3. And we were looking for some early indicators as to how this Boscoscuro would work on board a new suspension. They've switched from Öhlins to WP. Early signs promising. Yeah, absolutely. I know Neil Morrison was down in pit lane during Moto2, and it's sort of been the talk of the town in terms of Moto2 so far in Le Mans, with the Luca Boscoscuro team switching suspension. And yeah, basically asked Luca Boscoscuro what the reason was, and I think
Luca simply said, well, I want to win, and fair enough. That's a good a reason as any. And he did reference the fact that, you know, the first 4 winners of this season, the first 4 riders last time out in Jerez, which included, of course, David Alonso, have been using that WP suspension. So, yeah, why not try and make the switch? And the early signs are that it's working pretty well. Celestino Vietti just a smidgen over a 10th away from Manu Gonzalez. And Luca Lanetta, to be fair to him, P18 and less than a second away from last year's race winner. Of course, Lanetta still recovering from that injury he picked up over in Thailand. And good to see the Italian back out on track after he was in Jerez and looking in decent nick as well.
Everywhere we go, as you saw there in the grandstands, there is plenty of Colombian supports for David Alonso. Didn't see too much of the former Moto3 world champion this morning. 17th quickest he was in the end on 35.5. That was 0.8 of a second off the pace. Perhaps no real incentive for David this morning to chase lap times. I think it was make history, it said on the back of the helmet for Barry Baltus, who I'm sure many of you are familiar with the story, but in case you're not, and the crash helmet design will underline, he is nicknamed after a very famous Barry, that being Barry Sheen, the former world champion. So a special helmet design for what is a special Grand Prix for Barry Baltus. Of course, we very sadly don't get the benefit of going to Spa-Francorchamps for a Belgian Grand Prix on 2 wheels these days. That circuit's hosting forward endurance racing this weekend, but this is as close as Barry Baltus gets to a home Grand Prix, and albeit didn't get the points that perhaps he might have felt he should have scored in Jerez, but in terms of pure pace, he is picking up where he left off for much of the Spanish Grand Prix. Yeah,
for sure. Didn't get the sort of reward he was after in Jerez. Going into Sunday, it was sort of Aegis versus Baltus, really, in terms of the favourite for the Grand Prix. You sort of leant towards Aegis, given how qualifying went for Baltus, but Baltus did get himself inside that top 4, and then unfortunately had a crash down at the Dani Pedrosa corner, which ended his race prematurely. But we are starting to see, which is good news, the Barry Baltus of 2025, of course, the rider who finished up inside that top 3 in the standings and finished on the podium here last year from the front row as well. And it was a good weekend last time out for Colin Vire as well, as we focus in on the Dutchman. First podium of the season, first pole position in Moto2 secured as well. And after how he described it as a very disappointing weekend over in Austin, just sort of tried a little bit too hard on Sunday, ended up in a crash which caused a little bit of an injury to his shoulder. He said to the media after Sunday that he was expecting difficulties. He had a little bit of arm pump, which was caused by the injured shoulder he picked up over in Austin. It was good, to be fair, for Vire to have 3 weeks off to spend a lot of time with the physio, obviously training as well, and then fair play. Knew he would struggle in terms of physically with that sort of shoulder issue, which turned into a bit of arm pump issue over in Jerez. But nevertheless, a great job done from Vire, who was expecting podiums and expecting maybe a title charge in 2026, and he certainly now looks like he's capable of doing that. Great for Vire to get that first podium on the board, and of course the pole on Saturday was one to remember as well.
You were looking a moment ago at the 2020 pole sitter, Joe Roberts, although those with a good memory might recall he did end up starting from pole position in the end due to some problems in and amongst the delays to the start. He started that race behind the medical car in the end. It was that kind of weekend and that kind of day in wet conditions back 6 years ago. And as far as the American racing team are concerned, I think they might be saying in the lunch break, right, should we just forget this morning happened and start the weekend all over again?
Yeah, I think so. We saw a crash for Philip Salac, didn't we, up at turn 3. We only saw sort of the back end of that crash in terms of the shot we were seeing, but it was a nasty one up at turn 3 for Philip Salac, and thankfully he was all okay. But yeah, not the session the American racing team would have wanted. Roberts only completed 11 laps, albeit he did finish in P16, 1 place ahead of David Alonso, and Salac didn't even set a time. So the Czech rider looking for some, well, first and foremost some track time this afternoon, and then to try and get himself in that top 14. But yeah, not an ideal session for the OnlyFans American racing team. Not quite sure what was unfolding down there, but at least for Roberts' sake, he was able to get 11 laps on the board, considerably less than everyone else apart from his teammate, a good 7 or 8 less than everyone else, apart from Alex Escredenstein, who only completed 13 laps. So Screech, actually, yeah, didn't mention him too much, did we? Down in P25, so not sure what was going on down there for Screech either, who's up inside that top 10 in the championship. But of course, this afternoon, a different kettle of fish. Some teething issues potentially for a couple of the riders and teams down there, but you've got some time over lunch to try and fix those things and put them right this afternoon.
Yeah, did briefly catch Salac during the lunch break on the walk back from the commentary box after MotoGP FP1. He is absolutely fine and will be out on track this afternoon for practice. Barry Baltus then, well, does say make history on the back of his helmet. The history he wants to make this weekend is to finally become a Moto2 Grand Prix winner. I'm sure he and his fans won't thank us for saying this every weekend, but until he does it, we are going to be asking that famous old question: when will Barry Baltus become a Moto2 winner? 6 second place finishes, 8 podiums. Of course, he took the first of those back in Qatar 2 years ago, but he really has established himself as a consistent front runner in Moto2 nowadays. Of course, chased Manu Gonzalez all the way to the flag here 1 year ago. And a season which has threatened on a couple of occasions to really burst into life, but hasn't quite done so yet. The long lap penalty, which cost him a shot at minimum the podium in Austin, Texas, and then of course he crashed out of 4th place in Jerez. But if there was a circuit that I'm sure Barry would, in his wildest dreams, absolutely love to get his season up and running, it would be this one, the closest to his home in Belgium.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, we are starting to see the Barry Baltus of old. There was some engine issues that they just took a while to iron out early on in the season over in Thailand and Brazil, but of course in Austin we saw Baltus get handed pole position after David Alonso's penalty, but he still qualified in 2nd place, did Baltus, so was there pretty much on merit, you've got to say, in pole position, and lucky for Alonso, but lucky for Baltus, and then of course got a little bit unlucky with the long lap penalty he was handed, but rules are rules, and it was deemed to be an unsafe manoeuvre off the start line. But yes, Baltus then backed it up with a very, very promising weekend in Jerez, albeit, okay, ended in DNF, so it doesn't count for anything really. You've got to be fast on a Sunday if you want to be a title contender. Got to see the checkered flag as well. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case with Baltus, but I think, again, after this morning when he was just over a 10th off the top, I think Baltus now and from what he was saying both in America and in Jerez, he is now feeling very, very comfortable and looking like a podium contender now on a regular basis in 2026, which is good news, because if he does want to fight for this championship, which of course he does, he's got a lot of time and points to make up. 13 points on the board only for Salac, 14th in Thailand, 14th in Brazil, and of course came back to P6 in the United States before a no score last time out. So got to get points on the board quickly, Baltus, and as you mentioned, there would be no better place to do it for Baltus than here in Le Mans.
He was very consistent from the get-go this morning, was Baltus. Did a 13 or a 12 lap time lap run at the start of MotoGP FP1. 10 of those were all in the mid to high 135s. Manu Gonzalez, he also did a long run. His was 11 laps long, and he did 8 laps in the 135s. Ethan Gavara, by contrast, he was only able to manage 5 of them, although he did get down to a 35.3 by the end of his run. Senna was able to do 4, but as we go through the weekend, we'll begin to have a clearer form book, and who knows, by Sunday morning, if the weather forecast is to believe, Del, we might take that form book and throw it out the nearest window.
I was going to say, yeah, exactly that. We're bigging it up. Obviously, Friday and Saturday here might be dry. This is definitely going to be dry. Saturday might be dry, and then get to Sunday, and it's going to be completely turned on its end. Of course, no warm-ups for Moto3 and Moto2, so the first time they might head out on track in what we are expecting, fully expected to be full wet conditions. None of these mixed conditions that the riders don't like. It's pretty much guaranteed to be full wet conditions on Saturday, Sunday, unless something dramatic happens with the forecast, which is good news for the spectacle, good news for us going into a race where we don't really know what's going to happen. That's great news for the fans, not great news for the riders though.
Ethan Gavara has just put in a 134.348 straight away in this afternoon practice session. Unless he took a shortcut, that is nudging the all-time lap record of Manu Gonzalez. It's just 300ths of a second outside of him, so a major statement of intent straight away from Gavara on the Blue Crew Plymouth Yamaha Boscoscuro. He's 6/10 clear at this stage of Ivan Ortola, and already going quicker in the first sector of this lap. Ortola second on a 34.9. That is already quite comfortably the fastest lap of the weekend. Gonzalez did a 134.7 this morning. Gavara blowing a 4/10 hole into it.
Yeah, great start to the session then from Gavara. Obviously getting that banker lap time in early doors, hasn't got to worry about the weather, and we saw in Moto3 riders, including the championship leader Max Quiles, including second place in the championship, Alvaro Carpi in the United States winner, Guido Pini, all crashing in the early exchanges, so the team will just be a little bit cautious, saying steady on. Ethan, don't go chucking it down the road at this early stage in the session. He is following Senna Aegis as well. Where is Aegis in these early exchanges? Can't quite see him on the timing screens. Obviously, really early days yet. But Gavara on another decent lap time. The lap time has just gone away. But yeah, that's a very, very fast start to the session and points towards the last 15 minutes. The time's really tumbling.
Could we see 33s by the end of this session? Baltus has gone up into second. He's put in the 34.6. This is Aegis' first time lap, whether it's his first lap altogether or whether he just lost the first one. Either way, he's 7th now at a 35.2. It's an incredible turn of pace immediately from Gavara as he backs it up with a 34.9 on his second lap of the session. Certainly already looking much stronger, as we said this morning, than at any stage he did in the Spanish Grand Prix. Even if he did pick up a 7th place, and I guess it's a measure of the progress and the elevated expectations we have now on Ethan Gavara in 2026, that we look at a 7th place in Jerez and almost feel slightly disappointed by it.
Yeah, in years gone by, obviously P7 for Gavara would have been a very good result, but obviously he is a different rider in 2026, being heavily touted for a move up to MotoGP, of course, in 2027. Such has been in the improved nature of Gavara, of course, within that Yamaha setup, which obviously helps him out for a move up to MotoGP potentially in 2027. But Gavara is definitely a championship contender this year. Obviously second over in Thailand, backed that up with another podium over in Austin as well, and was definitely a tad disappointed on Sunday in Jerez. But when you've got a 3-place grid penalty and didn't maximise his chances in Q2 when he qualified down in P9, that of course meant he was P12 on the starting grid. You can't really expect too much more than sort of challenging for the top 5 from there. Such was the pace of the likes of Baltus, the likes of Aegis, Gonzalez of course, and Colin Vaya in the race as well was super quick. Alonso proved to be super quick after his slow start as well. So if Gavara can just sort out qualifying, he started 13th in Brazil, was on the front row of course in Thailand, and then started 7th in Austin, and then started 12th, as I mentioned, over in the Spanish Grand Prix. So I think one weakness you'd have to say so far this year, apart from round 1 in Thailand for Gavara, has been Q2.
Yeah, if I think back to the Ethan Gavara that came into Moto2 as the Moto3 champion of 2022, and of course hadn't really understood the physical demands that Moto2 were going to throw at him, and the quote of Casey Stoner really comes to mind with Ethan Gavara, who famously said, "Hard work beats talent until talent starts working harder." And there's no question that Ethan Gavara is doing that nowadays. He really has stepped up his training. He's much more mature now as both a human being and as a rider than he was in his first season and a half of Moto2. And he's becoming a much more rounded, complete package of a rider now. And Yamaha really, really like Ethan Gavara. They're big fans of him. And they've seen the talent that's come up through Moto3 and that is now starting to emerge in Moto2 as well. Of course, they gifted him a test on board the Yamaha MotoGP bike after he won the Valencia Grand Prix at the end of last season. And there was no question that they see big things in his future. And certainly, as you say, if the rumours are to be believed and the reports and the whispers in the paddock, a Pramac Yamaha MotoGP spot looks like it's his in 2027.
Yeah, it certainly does. And when I'm in pit lane in Moto2 qualifying, one thing I always note when walking up and down is Paolo Pavesio, the Yamaha boss, is always in the Pramac Yamaha Moto2 box. Of course, Yamaha take the Moto2 gig seriously. They're not going to stick Yamaha and Pramac, of course, as well as sponsor in their MotoGP setup on the bike and in their team name if they aren't going to take it seriously. That is obvious. But Paolo Pavesio is pretty much always in that box. Of course, Alberto Ferrandez on one side, but Ethan Gavara, the star name so far in that Pramac Yamaha Moto2 garage, and that, I think, says a lot about what they think of Gavara and what they think of his chances this year and what they think of that team as in breeding Moto2 riders ready for their MotoGP setup. And all roads do point to the number 28 being in MotoGP next year. That, of course, is a thing for the next few Grand Prix as Gavara jumps back into the box, and he'll be pretty pleased with what he sees as well.
So Moto2 Grand Prix winning experience over to the left as we look. His right, Alex De Angelis, the team manager down there. Of course, anything he's seen or hasn't, or anything he's learnt in Moto2, you want to be a sponge, you want to absorb it all and try and get it in. Gino Bolsoy, of course, also heavily involved in that team. Of course, worked with Ethan Gavara, was the team manager at Aspar when Gavara won that Moto3 title. So they've got all the pieces in place down there. And the Boscoscuro, certainly at the moment around this Le Mans circuit, working very well indeed. Gavara quickest, and Celestino Vietti once again has got himself into the 134s. He's basically matched the lap time he did this morning. In fact, he's now got a tenth quicker than it. A 34.7 for Vietti, who actually drops a place to fifth, because Gonzalez has taken third place on a 134.638. That is his fastest lap time now of the weekend, but he is 3/10 adrift of our rapid session leader, Gavara.
Certainly is. This is on the exit of turn 4, coming through the Dunlop curve and then heading down the hill just as you rise to the crest of it into La Chapelle. Turn 5 is the quick left-hander that Gonzalez is just climbing all over that Calyx to get his body weight over to the left-hand side. This is Colin Vire about to do the same. You don't want to drop it on the curbs too much, because as we saw with Rico Salmela a few minutes ago in Moto3, it can go pretty wrong. Salmela kept it upright, but it can get very out of shape there coming out of turn 4. Spectacular slow-mo shots, got to be said, here at Le Mans. Riding style comparison for confirmation at turn 4. Ethan Gavara not using any of the curb on the exit, unlike Colin Vire and Manu Gonzalez, but those were some of your fastest riders from this morning, including Colin Vire, who's down in P19 as things stand. But a nice little slow-mo shots there of the riders doing their thing coming out of turn 4, as Celestino Vietti just gets it a little bit wrong coming through the Shimano Berth.
Yeah, one of my favourite corner names on the calendar, the Shimano Berth, the path of beef, if you want to translate it directly into English. Luca Boscoscuro, I guess, will be heartened by what he's seeing from both his riders, actually, both Celestino Vietti and Luca Lanetta. Lanetta at the bottom of the standings at the moment in 28th place, but he was within a second of the pace earlier on today in 18th spot. And clearly the early indications from their switch to WP suspension, which is clearly not a decision that they would have taken lightly. That's not the kind of thing that you just decide when you get on the wrong side of bed in the morning. They've clearly seen plenty of evidence to suggest that that is a faster route to go. And at the moment, Celestino Vietti in 5th place on a 34.7 would be backing that up, because, of course, with very limited information, data, understanding, surely they're only scratching the surface in these first 2 sessions of this weekend in terms of the potential and their understanding and getting the best out of this package.
Yeah, and speaking to a couple of people yesterday, now they have switched to the WP suspension. They also are going to get some data from the Calyx riders as well, who are also using that. They can't get all the data from Calyx, of course, but now they're sharing data with WP. They're going to be able to see some of the Calyx information, which is also potentially good news for Luca Boscoscuro and his team as well. Intrigued to see what the comments are of Celestino Vietti and, of course, Luca Lanetta as well after this day is done, to see what they thought of the front end, or maybe they just keep it hush for now. We'll wait and see. This is Daniel Munoz coming around the final corner. P8 so far. This is going to rise him up to P6. Good job from Munoz. A good job from Sergio Garcia, who we saw on our screens as well, beside that top 14 so far. Obviously not having the greatest time of things is Garcia, but he is a win around here. His last win came here in Moto2 when he qualified on the front row and finished P1 in 2024. Was a winner here in Moto3 in 2021 as well. So I think I speak on behalf of a lot of people. Good to see the number 3 of Garcia back up towards the sharp end. I know it's early days in this session, but good to see Garcia's name up inside that top 14.
Garcia's victory here in 2024 was a Boscoscuro podium lockout. Surprisingly though, it's Boscoscuro's only victory around this Le Mans circuit, as we pick up David Alonso. Garcia's just got up into 6th place now on our screens. He's now into the 134s. Further signs of progress for him. But at what stage, Elliot, do we begin to look at this man, the number 80 David Alonso, and begin to move the conversation from, oh, he's just keeping his powder dry, to something worthy of closer inspection?
Yeah, I think, you know, like Quiles does in Moto3, albeit a little bit different. We don't see Quiles down in P24, but I think just working alone is what Alonso will be doing at this moment in time, and just taking it easy, working on potentially a used set of tyres. But even so, I wouldn't expect to see Alonso down in P24. Now, the times have obviously improved quite a lot from this morning. 134.7 was Gonzalez's top time. That's now down to 134.3. Alonso set a 135.5 earlier on this morning. He's at 135.6, so he's not improved his time so far. So I think at this stage, let's not read too much into it, but I think once we get into the final 10 minutes, if he's still lingering outside the top 14 and, you know, maybe struggling to get inside that top 10, then I think we can start to question Alonso a little bit as his teammate improves slightly to go to P8.
Has been through Q1 once before this season, Alonso. That was at the season opener in Thailand. Did come through Q1 to qualify in 10th place, but he certainly won't want to be that far down the order by design. Good lap coming in there. Here he is on the 12th, Philip Salac. He's down to a 35.1 up into Q2 after crashing at the corner. He's just approaching now the Dunlop chicane. He lost it around about 100 metres or so before the corner. Front end started to go, and then the rear kicked him over the top. He's like a bucking bronco, sending him sprawling into the gravel trap down at the Dunlop chicane, which is a very, very popular gravel trap to find yourself in. Perhaps of any corner on the calendar, that is one that catches the riders out more than any other, particularly when it's cold, particularly when it's wet, and that might be what we find in around about 48 hours time.
Yeah, cough, cough, Sunday morning / afternoon in Moto3, and Moto, of course, coming up in MotoGP as well. Alonso improves his time on 35.608, still slower than he was this morning, though, so just going about his business nice and quietly, maybe a bit too quietly, some might say, for Alonso. Said about Garcia, it's good to see his name up inside the top 10. So too for Zonta van den Gorberg as well. It's not quite gone the Dutchman's way so far this year. Briefly caught up with Zonta in Jerez just before qualifying started, and he was not too displeased how the season was going in terms of his feeling on the bike. Yes, okay, it's not the points he would have wanted in the season he would have wanted so far in terms of results, but the 84 didn't sound too disheartened, and this is promising signs for Van den Gorberg. He's got his Dutchman Colin Vire just behind him on the road, about a minute or so behind him on the road, and Colin Vire just setting some nice sector times there, just loses time in sector 2. I don't think this is going to improve for Van den Gorberg so far, but good to see the 84 looking like he can get inside that top 10 on a Friday on that Kalex chassis. So not bad so far for Van den Gorberg, and he'll be pretty pleased with what he sees as well, and so will the team.
Yeah, he was very pleased with certainly the first half of his race in Jerez. He said it was the best first half of a race, potentially, that he'd done in his entire Grand Prix career. Got himself from 22nd on the grid up into the points, but then sadly in the second half of the Grand Prix began to fade back out of contention again. Took the checkered flag in the end in 17th place. He's still waiting for his first points finish of the 2026 season, but certainly what we're seeing so far would fill him with confidence. Hasn't been in Q2 yet either, as Van den Gorberg this season. If they put the flag out now, he would end that barren run. A 1:35.0 now has him in 11th place, because his aforementioned compatriot Colin Vire now lifts himself up into the top 4. So it's Gavara, Baltus, Gonzalez, Vire, your top 4. Aegis, the informed Aussie 5th, from Vietti, Garcia, Munoz, Holgado and Ortola. Van den Gorberg, Lopez, Unchu and Salac at the moment complete your top 14, but we're not even at the halfway stage yet in this crucial practice session.
Yeah, plenty of time left for the riders to try and find time in this session. This is the final couple of corners here at the Bugatti Le Mans circuit. Recordemont, famously named Recordemont, where the lap ends. You've got sort of a last-ditch attempt down at turn 13, haven't you? And if you can keep it on the roads, unlike David Munoz did, Joel Kelso last year in Moto3, then you've pretty much got the race won if you can keep it up the inside through turn 14, because unless you make a mistake on the exit, just where Colin Vire is now, of course you can dip it onto the green on the exit, which will see a lap time cancelled. We've seen plenty of that so far already this weekend at the final corner in Moto3 anyway. But yeah, it's you wouldn't say the most famous of ends to a lap, but still quite intriguing, and does lend an opportunity for overtaking as Colin Vire re-enters the section where we just caught his slow-mo now. This lap time isn't going to lift him up the timing screens, but still it's a good run for Vire. He's keeping himself within a couple of tenths of his fastest time as we get yellow flags out in sector 2.
It won't affect the lap that Vire's completing, of course, as he now goes across line, stays in 4th place. It's down at the museum corner, turn 7, and it's unfortunately Luca Lanetta on board the Speed RS Boscoscuro. So Those WP forks still firmly intact, which might have been a concern for Luca, and I guess more to the point, Luca Lanetta is clearly perfectly unharmed after a rookie season which has already been blighted by injury. He's not the first, and hey, he certainly will not be the last to make a mistake into this particular corner. It was his teammate, wasn't it? He went through that very gravel trap earlier on today.
I was going to say, and his teammate just ahead of him as well, with Vietti just getting it hooked up, I think, and then just behind Lanetta. Oh, that's not what Luca Boscoscuro would have wanted to see, the bike barrel roll in through the gravel trap. But as you mentioned, most important is Luca Lanetta was back up on his feet and looking like he's all okay after an injury hit 365 days. To be fair, it was at the Moto TT Assen last year where he initially broke his leg, came back and picked up a podium in Moto3 in Indonesia, and then of course was unlucky to be involved in the crash down at turn 3 in Thailand with Sergio Garcia. Was pretty luckless in that crash, unfortunately, for Luca Lanetta. And there's a fast one down there at turn 7, which, as you rightly mentioned, will not be the last time it catches out a rider this weekend, I'm sure.
Yeah, you climb uphill out of La Chapelle. It's a circuit with plenty of undulation changes. You drop from Dunlop towards La Chapelle, you then climb back uphill once again out of the corner before plunging once again downhill into the museum corner. So it feels like you're almost chasing your tail all the way into the corner through there. Very, very easy to wash the front away through that corner. And Luca Lanetta adds his name to a very long list to make that particular mistake. That will put him into qualifying 1 tomorrow afternoon, because he's currently at the bottom of the standings in 28th place, 1 position behind the former winner around this place back in 2023, Tony Arbolino. Curiously, at the moment, he's down in 27th place on a 135.8. Arbolino was in the top 10 this morning, did a 34.9. But as we stand at the moment, of course, haven't been able to see the reasons for that as we now pick him up on screens. Arbolino now looks like he's in the business of beginning to rectify his current afternoon problems. Yeah, right on cue, we picked Tony Arbolino up. It's not going to rise him to the top of the standings, but if he keeps that sort of 6th, 7th, 10th gap towards the end of the lap, it is going to promote him just inside that top 14. Philip Salac, currently P14 on a 135.187. So that's the target time so far, with just under 20 minutes to go. The 14 comes out of the final corner and just misses out on a top 14, but a banker lap time in for Arbolino, and he looks like he's going again on this lap time around. So we'll keep an eye on Tony Arbolino's progress. We're expecting Arbolino to be much higher than that, as you mentioned, Lewis, a race winner around here, and rediscovered his mojo over in Brazil, and got another top 10 over in Jerez as well after qualifying down in P14, finished P8. So a good salvage job, you have to say, from Arbolino on Sunday. First back-to-back top 10s since San Marino and Japan last year when he finished P9 and P6. It's now 23 races, I make it, with that podium for Tony Arbolino, so he's definitely due one. And we mentioned the wet weather, we mentioned it this morning as well. One rider who firmly sticks in your head when you think of Moto2 and wet weather prowess, it is the number 14 of Tony Arbolino. He's the first name that comes up, isn't he, when we see the forecast? We think that's a bit of Tony Arbolino then. Let's have a look at what his odds are for Sunday. He's gained at minimum 3 places from where he qualifies to where he finishes at every Grand Prix so far. He does tend to make his way forwards on a Sunday. I guess there are 2 ways of looking at that. He's either a very much a Sunday specialist, or he's qualifying slightly lower than the potential of his bike. We're yet to see Arbolino start on the front 3 rows of a grid so far this season, having got the change he wanted, having ditched the Boscoscuro, which of course he rode back in the Blue Crew Prancis Boscoscuro team last year, back over to a Calex, where he's certainly enjoyed his best success so far as a Moto2 rider. We've certainly seen promising signs from him, 3 consecutive top 10s as you mentioned, but perhaps Saturday afternoons are the element of the weekend that Tiger Tony needs to work on a touch. Yeah, absolutely. That lap time didn't improve, and he's not too happy about that either, the Italian, who's always very charismatic both on and off the bike, as his teammate Barry Baltus pulls back into pit lane. So not much movement in terms of riders at the top of the standings, and yeah, plenty of work to do for some of the riders like David Alonso, P23. You asked Lewis when we need to start maybe being a bit concerned. Maybe now is the time heading into the final 15 minutes where we need to look at Alonso in 23rd, Joe Roberts down in P20, Aaron Canet was inside the top 10 this morning, he is 18th. Yeah, they're the sort of big names. Alex Escreech as well, of course, P24 as things stand. So a few of the riders who we're used to seeing in and around the top 14, and of course a lot higher for the likes of Alonso and Escreech at some parts of the season. Here is Escreech on our screens on the Clint factory team machine
He is P24 and stays in P24. It's actually Jorge Navarro who's got the better of his teammates so far. We haven't said that too much this year, if at all.
Yeah, Navarro's done a 35.3. That compares to a 35.7 that he did this morning. A Scridge, a 35.6 at this stage of the action. That's 4/10 quicker than he went. Navarro actually was quicker than a Scridge this morning too, so this is a bit of a running trend through the weekend at this stage. Did mention earlier on this morning that a Scridge, well, he's only got one session of prior experience on a Moto2 bike around this Lemans circuit. Didn't come here due to injury in 2024 and then hurt himself with a big high side, which left him with some lung contusions. It ended his weekend on Friday here last year, so potentially a circuit that a Scridge maybe not so familiar with and clearly not getting on with at the moment at this stage of the action. 15 minutes of practice to go, and a Scridge at the moment needs to find minimum half a second to get himself into the top 14, and of course that is aiming at what will certainly be a moving target.
Yeah, and it's kudos to a Scridge that we're saying he's down in P24 on the unfavoured chassis. It's got to be said from the Clint factory team, and we are surprised to see him down outside the top 20. That's such the signs of progress and what we've seen so far from the number 11, who sits P8 overall in the championship, 1 place ahead of Colin Vire, half a point ahead of Colin Vire in the overall standings. This lap time might improve for Scridge, might move up a couple of places, estimated to be in and around P20. We'll get him over the line, just gets it out of shape though, a bit squirrely on the exit, firing towards the line, loses a bit of time, does move up to P23, but as we know, that is not enough. He's got to find around about 3/10 as things stand if he wants to get inside that top 14 at Scridge. He's going early. It would make sense to me that he's got another pair of fresh Pirelli tyres waiting in the box if he wants to go for another time attack.
Yeah, to underline your point of how expectations have very much changed around a Scridge now. He's got 30 points to his name to put him 8th in the World Championship. That is already his highest point scoring season of his Moto2 career, bettering his best score, which was in the 20s last year. So already after 4 Grand Prix, a Scridge in uncharted territory in a Moto2 campaign, and that's why we're now starting to look at him in 23rd place with an element of surprise rather than in previous years where we wouldn't really bat an eyelid at that. And it's clear that there is a very talented rider in there with a Scridge. 22 years of age, from Valencia, of course very close friends with a former Moto2 world champion in the form of Pedro Acosta. So a Scridge who I think we might have said in the past, with the right machinery underneath him, could very much challenge at the front of a Moto2 race, but he's proving that he can do it on a forward too.
Yeah, exactly. Would love to see what a Scridge can do on a Calix or a Boscuro for that matter as well, but it's great for the forward and the Clint factory racing guys and girls down there, of course, work so hard to put their bike on the grid and reaping the reward so far this season, which is great to see as we get a look at the championship leader's bike. And that's not good news to be taking the fairing off and seeing the screwdrivers and whatnot working away on the bike. So not quite sure what's going on with Manu Gonzalez down there. For Gonzalez's sake, hopefully he's back out for the final 10 minutes of the session. He's pretty comfortable, it's got to be said, in P3 as a pensive Joe Roberts looks on, and his teammate Philip Salach pulls back into pit lane. To be fair, I know you mentioned it at the start as well, Lewis, very impressed with Salach after the big crash this morning, after not setting a lap time, to go out there this afternoon and put in a very decent run, 35.1, to put himself in P14. A really top job done so far for the Czech rider in this session. Yeah, it is a circuit that Salach likes. Took one of his 2 career second places right here when he was second to Tony Arbolino back in 2023. He also had a Moto3 podium, if memory serves, back in the day too. Did Salach around here in slightly iffy conditions. Does tend to do a lot of his best work around stop and go track layouts, and there is quite a lot of stop and a lot of go around this particular circuit as David Alonso absorbs the information from the CF Moto Aspar crew. He certainly is a fast learner. He's a very good problem solver in Moto2 as Alonso. Well, he's got 11.5 minutes to drag himself from the muddy waters of P24. Certainly has. Alonso there just getting some final words before he heads out for the final 10 minutes of this session. This is the reigning Moto3 world champion, Jose Antonio Rueda. Haven't seen the number 98, of course. Adrian Huertas runs the 99, so Rueda couldn't bring over his what became famous, number 99 into Moto2, but the 98 doesn't look too bad on the front of that Redbull KTM Iron Machine either. Good to see Rueda back out there doing his thing. Of course, he's not quite up to scratch just there, still rediscovering his best form after what unfolded at the end of the last year. We're just seeing Manu Gonzalez heading back out, so whatever potential issues were with that Kalex Triumph machine, he's heading back out, which is good news. Maybe just spotted something a little bit wrong, and a quick fix as Rueda comes around to complete his lap time. I'm pretty sure this is his his first lap coming out of the box after his out lap. Rises to P25, 1.2 seconds off. So I think if Rueda can get inside that top 20 and maybe get within a second of the top time, that would signal a decent Friday.
Yeah, 3/10 quicker than he went this morning. He was 1.2 off earlier on in practice. He's 1.277 off right now. If you weren't with us this morning, or if you don't follow Jose Antonio on social media, it's worth reminding you that he has undergone arm pump surgery on his right arm since we last saw him in Jerez. It's almost a rite of passage, isn't it, as a Moto2 rookie? They almost all undergo arm pump surgery at some point.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And mentioned it at the start of the show as well, Rueda undergoing arm pump surgery, and Colin Vire struggling with it last time out as well, albeit not fully down to just his forearm being under scrutiny, but that was because of the shoulder as well. I seem to remember last year there was quite a few riders all in quick succession all undergoing arm pump surgery. It is obviously quite a regular occurrence. I think pretty much every motorcycle racer at some point in their career has undergone arm pump surgery, such as the nature of the beast in motorcycle racing. Obviously a very physical sport. Marcos Ramirez, first time we've seen the 24 this weekend. P23, one place ahead, or was one place ahead of Jose Antonio Rueda, and now just creeping towards that top 20, of course, standing in, continuing to fill in for the injured Angel Piqueras.
Yeah, and as you caught up with the team last time out in Jerez in qualifying, no sign of an imminent return for Angel Piqueras. We certainly expect another month or so before we see any signs of him back. Might, if we're lucky, see Angel again before the summer break, but the MSI squad, they're going to have to look elsewhere for a replacement next weekend for the Catalan Grand Prix, because Ramirez's services are required in Most in the Czech Republic, as he is a regular on the World Supersport grid. So Ramirez will be elsewhere on board the QJ motor machine in the World Supersport Championship, and MSI have had their fair share of replacements. Of course, they had to replace Sergio Garcia for much of last year, so we'll await with bated breath the identity of Ivan Otto's teammate next weekend, as Senna Aegis sets his best lap time of the afternoon so far at 34.5 for Aegis. He cuts the gap to Gavara down to under 2/10.
Yeah, clawed a decent amount of time back in that final split as well, did Aegis. So I'm not sure we've made a slight mistake around the lap elsewhere, but clearly Aegis got that final split hooked up. This is Manu Gonzalez, not quite hooking it up on this lap so far, halfway around and 3/10 off, unless he, of course, finds time in that final split. This won't be improving Manu Gas's time.
Aegis was fastest in the 4 split this morning too. In Free Practice 1, he was a full 10th quicker than anyone else through there. The 4th sector begins just as you approach the S Blur, as we're completing the 3rd sector here with Manu Gonzalez. So the 4th sector starts around about now, takes you through the S Blur and through the double right-hander of the Recordamon, and perhaps Manu Gonzalez, once this session is completed, will be having a look at the data of his teammate to see what line he's finding through there.
Makes sense as well, because Aegis said after the Spanish Grand Prix, of course he won it, but he said he's losing a lot of time on the straights, and that is pretty much the only sector through 11, 12, 13, 14. Yes, he's got a good exit out of 14. Said he's got no issues on corner exit. It's just pretty much top speed that he's struggling with. So it makes sense that is where Aegis is quickest. All the other sectors through 1, 2 and 3, down the hill to 6, up towards 7, and then down towards 8, and then 8 to 9, all boast at least a decent amount of straight. So it makes sense that Aegis is quick.
Yeah, he's way down the bottom of the top speed standings, is Aegis, down in 23rd, with only Scridge and a couple of others behind him. Alonso Lopez, another rider, one of the other very tall Moto2 riders on this grid, who struggles in a straight line. There's no real way of being able to hide that particular penalty, as Danny Holgado has gone up in a 2nd place now. He's done a 34.4 to sneak in ahead of Aegis, but we're still waiting impatiently for signs of progress from his teammate.
Certainly are. This lap time's not going to take Alonso anywhere either, as Ivan Ortola then sets a couple of red helmets. We've got a few on our screens. Baltus did click through the 1st split with a red helmet. He's lost a bit of time He's well in touch of the top time. Mutesaki is within the 10th halfway around the lap as well. Aegis has gone red through the first split. So has Danny Holgado, although Holgado has lost a little bit of time there as well. But yeah, Alonso has got a little bit of pressure on his shoulders now, because it's okay being down outside the top 20 when there's 25 minutes to go, but not when there's just over 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, this is Ortola into the final sector. He's up behind Sasaki on the 71 bike, the Momovan RW bike. Where's Imu at the moment? He's up in 10th place and also on a personal best. So this shouldn't hold up Ortola too much, because he's caught the back of a fast train. Manu Gonzalez, the World Championship leader, is at the front of it. Ortola takes second from Holgado. So it's now Spaniards 1, 2, 3 and 4. Gavara from Ortola. Baltus splits then. He goes second now. Just 3 thousandths adrift of Ethan Gavara. It's closing up at the front. A tenth of a second now covering the top 4.
Yeah, all 3 of those riders on your screen. It was Gonzalez and then it was Ayumu Sasaki as well. All improved, but Ortola was the quickest of the lot. We're getting plenty of lap times in. Mario Aggi just a second off. Just outside the top 20. Those onto Van der Gorberg on a quick time. You can see on the bottom timing screen, this is Senna Aegis. Nothing improved there for Aegis. He slipped down to P7 as Ethan Gavara just sits in the box. Of course, he's still sitting pretty at the top for the timesheets. Yellow flags in sector 1 is that turn 3.
Yeah, it generally means Dunlop chicane, doesn't it? We saw Philip Salac down there earlier on today. So crucial that Van den Gorberg gets this lap in and gets himself into the top 14. That's exactly what he does. Moves up into 12th place. That relegates Arbolino out, and Mario Aggi won't be changing his prospects. He will be going through Q1 because he was the rider down at Dunlop.
Here's Alonso then about to cross the line. Is this going to take him into the top 14? It should do, unless he's made a mistake. It doesn't. Loses a couple of attempts, and now P16. It's a lot better than it was, but still not good enough for Alonso. And he's coming up to yellow flag, so this lap time isn't going to count either.
Yeah, but he's about to see Mario Aggi 64 bike at the side of the racetrack, and that's going to scupper this lap. So by the time he next comes round, he's got 2 laps remaining to try and get himself back up into the top 14. I say back up, he hasn't been in it at any stage so far this afternoon. What can Baltus do then in the final sector? He's got 3 thousandths of a second to try and find from the lap time he did a moment ago to get him into position to move ahead of Gavara, who is still sitting watching in the pits. Still very confident and comfortable with where he is in the running. Baltus didn't improve, but Philip Salac did, as he now moves into 11th place and pushes Munoz out.
Yeah, reiterating the point from earlier, top job from Salac, who pretty much lost the whole of the morning session. Roberts improves, he's just over half a second off, but it's not quite good enough for the top 14. That is the American racing box looking on pensively, of course, nervously. They want both riders in that top 14, and that shuffling has moved Alonso back down to P18, so it's got a little bit worse for the Colombian. I am surprised Gavara is still sat in the box. Okay, he's sitting top of the pile, but the riders have closed in, and surely you want to be out there getting some lap times on the board, no matter how quick you are, but maybe there's a problem we're not seeing.
Yeah, he's on a 34.348, which, as mentioned, is just 300ths of a second shy of the all-time lap record. So it's not like his Q2 place is in any doubt. But yeah, you want to be out there learning something at this stage of the session. So for whatever reason, whether it's out of his control or not, Gavara is not currently doing that. If he does venture back out onto the racetrack, we will draw your attention to that. Here comes Alex Escreech, who might be about to turn his Friday on its head.
Bit worried there when Marcus Ramirez tried to veer back onto circuit. Ramirez just making a little bit of mistake there, lost a lot of time. I think Escreech was a little bit wide coming out of 9 into turn 10, so that's cost him time, and a lap time that was looking good enough for the top 14 now is not, and Escreech has only got a couple more attempts at this, so pressure on the shoulders of the number 11 inside the top 10 of the championship, of course, to get himself into that top 14. Alonso is back out, well, on a lap time. He's been out for the last few minutes, but back on a lap time that will count as things stand. Not too far away in the first bit, but not a personal best. Well,
Escreech at least knows that the speed is there, because he still went 20th. He was, in the end, within, what, a tenth of a second or so of getting himself into Q2. In fact, a little more than that, 4 tenths in the end. But he lost 6 tenths in that third sector. So if Escreech can put a clean lap together, he's got 2 more chances to do it. He might still secure a Q2 place. And is David Alonso about to drag it back in the final 2 minutes? Personal best in the second sector for Alonso. It's nothing that's going to give Ethan Gavara, Manu Gonzalez, Senna Aegis and co any nightmares tonight, but it could just rescue his weekend. Into the 4th sector he comes, and it's not a personal best. It's going to need something special from the Colombian in the 4th sector, but David Alonso is one special rider.
Certainly is. If anyone can call a lap time out of the bag when they need it it most, it probably is David Alonso. If he can hold that gap to the line, he will just about get into the top 14. Garcia is 0.522 seconds off in P14. Alonso coming around the final corner, finding his line. No, nothing going, and 1 lap to go then for the number 80 if he's going to be in Q2 automatically on Saturday afternoon.
He needs to pray that there are no yellow flags now, because that would bring an end to his session. Doesn't appear as if Jorge Martinez Aspar is too concerned. He's seen plenty before in his career, so he won't be panicking. Of course, remember, he's already seen one of his riders go to Q1 and take a pole this year. Danny Holgado did that in Brazil. Holgado at the moment looking very safe and comfortable. He's up in 5th place, and with less than a minute to go in this session, Ethan Gavara will not be taking any further part. He is still in the pits.
Yeah, surprising, as we mentioned, but no such worries, either oozing confidence or maybe just some issues down there in that side of the Pramac Yamaha box. Celestino Vietti is on a lap time. Philip Salac just manoeuvring his body out of the final corner. Nothing going for Salac on that lap. Celestino Vietti, though, is going pretty quickly. Just going to click with the third split, and he's going very quickly. Celestino Vietti then could be rising to the top of the timesheets on Friday, which would signal a very good start to life with those new WP suspension fitted into the front end of that Bossascuro.
And Alonso also setting personal bests. He's going to be right on the cusp here as Alonso of qualifying 2, but are we about to see a new lap record from what is a new configuration of motorcycle? Celestino Vietti just 2 thousandths behind. Where was this WP suspension before? He's probably saying to Luca Bossascuro down there. We have 3 thousandths of a second covering the top 3. Even by Moto2 standards, that is super close. David Alonso can only dream of a 134. His best today, a 35.0. That spells Q1.
Yeah, and you asked when we were going to worry. Now we are going to worry for Alonso, and the team will be, and Alonso will be as well. Clearly had a decent amount of pace in the sort of first few splits, but couldn't hook a lap time when he needed it most, Alonso. So he is going through Q1. Is Ramirez making a late dart to the top 14? It's going to be pretty tight. He's within touching distance as he follows Ayumu Sasaki on the roads. This is the 24 now, coming around the final corner on the final lap. Maybe a bit of slipstream could help Ramirez out. Is he going to jump up to the top 14? No, he isn't. Loses time in that final split.
And he's not too pleased with it either, is Marcos Ramirez. That's the second time we've seen some Andalusian hand gestures in the last couple of minutes. And I'm fascinated, to hear from Ethan Gavara shortly, because he did go out with about 10 seconds to go at the end of the session to put a practice start in. Maybe he was just super confident at the end of that session with the long run that he did and decided, I don't need to put a fresh tyre of this. I'm already through.
Yeah, I imagine it's just very, very confident, and maybe they've looked at Sunday and thought it was a bit of a waste of time going out on dry tyres, but I'd be very surprised if there wasn't some form of issue or something going on. Maybe it was just different tactics. We saw Gavara head out straight away and set the fastest time of the session, that 1:34.348. Maybe they stuck that soft tyre in at the start of the session and got the lap time in, thumbs up. A happy Ethan Gavara and a happy team down there as well. He squeezed into the top 14 on Friday in Jerez and then picked up that 3-place grid penalty while celebrating that late lap. No such issues this time around. P1 early doors.
Bossascuro 1 and 2 on this Friday afternoon at the French Grand Prix. One with Olins, one with WP, but they were 2 thousandths of a second apart. Gavara and Vietti. Barry Baltus just 1,000th further back in 3rd place. As said, even by the standards of Moto2, that is super, super close. As we
the European phase of this year's World Championship well and truly underway. It all started, of course, 2 weeks ago in the Andalusian sunshine at the Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto. Triumphant on race day Sunday was Alex Marquez, who will be looking for more home success in Barcelona next weekend. More pressing matters, though, emerging for the world's fastest riders as they look to vie for the top 10 in this upcoming practice session to be in that Q2 session tomorrow. A Q2 which the rider on your screens, Fabio Quartararo, led here in front of a passionate and partisan home crowd. They can barely move an inch in the Lemans paddock. Fabio Quartararo and last year's French Grand Prix winner Johann Zarco. Superstar status, the pair of them. fair to say this morning in FP1, it was Johan Zarco who fared the better of the home heroes, as he was fourth fastest on what was a very promising start to his home Grand Prix for the Castrol Honda LCR rider, a 1:31.109, fourth in what was a very, very tight 45-minute session this morning. The best possible news for Zarco fans was his best time, which put him just outside the top three, was on worn rubber. Not even 3/4 of a second split the top 18 riders. That was down from Luca Marini. Surprise in P1 for the official Honda team, down to Fabio Quartararo in 18th place. The weekend, though, is about to click into another gear as we get set for what is always a dramatic ending to our 60-minute practice session. Just a quick reminder for some potential newcomers, the top 10 at the end of this session will go directly into tomorrow morning's qualifying 2, run over 15 minutes in what are almost ideal conditions here this afternoon in Le Mans. And having the pleasure of talking you through the action at this iconic and this historic venue is Matt Burton, Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. And it was Advantage Honda and Advantage Luca Marini at the end of play this morning. The Italian aided by fresh rubber front and rear, as he found a 1:30.857, and eventually we found there were two riders that did find sub 1:31 laps, because Fabio Di Gianantonio had a late lap reinstated, which meant it was an all-Italian top 2. But Luca Marini looking on song this morning on the factory Honda. Lewis, a bit of new aero, we believe, arrived from the Jerez test, and Marini taking full advantage of.
Yeah, he did put in a brand new medium rear tyre in addition to a soft front tyre to set that 1:30.8. But as you mentioned with Johan Zarco's performance, that Honda certainly had a fair turn of pace earlier on today. 4 manufacturers up inside the top 5 earlier on today. It was super, super close. Marini's 1:30.857. There was a second covering the top 19 down to Diogo Moreira on the LCR Honda earlier on today. We're expecting a clear pecking order to establish itself this afternoon, but it certainly looks, given certainly 4 of the 5 manufacturers look like they've got genuine top 10 pace. Any mistake in this practice session could cost you a place in Q2.
Top 2 in the World Championship. One of those top 2 is Jorge Martin on your screens right now. What a start it has been to 2026 for the factory Aprilia team. Not a phenomenal start here in France this morning, as Jorge Martin and Bezzecchi were 15th and 14th respectively. This was Jorge removing a bit of aero himself. He didn't realise at the time, but as he leaned right through turn 10, the exit of Shimano Bird, if you would just see there, his right buttock clipping, I suppose that's the most friendly way we can say it, the right hand side of his backside, just removing some of the rear Aprilia aero. And there were problems later on in the session for Marco Bezzecchi, his rear aero detaching itself with no helping hand required from the World Championship leader. But fair to say, Lewis, 2026 has been a stellar start for the Noali factory so far this season, but there's work to do this afternoon for Bez and for Martin. As mentioned, they were 14th and 15th in the play this morning.
Yeah, I'm sure if the regulations allowed it, I'm sure Aprilia would try and install some aero on Jorge Martin's backside. That is the way MotoGP tends to be going nowadays. Any kind of advantage you can get, they will find it. We saw some new front aero debuted from Aprilia at the Jerez test, although that has not been debuted in a race capacity or competitive action so far here at Le Mans. And the top of Aprilia this morning was Raul Fernandez. He did put a brand new medium rear tyre in to set that 1:31.224. Igor likewise to take 8th place. So we're not too clear at the moment as to which manufacturer genuinely has the fastest package around this Le Mans circuit. It does look super, super close. As mentioned, I think there are 4 manufacturers of the 5 here who genuinely feel they've got real Q2 pace.
Yeah, inside the top 10 at the end of play this morning, it was Fabio Di Gianantonio, who we're looking at on screens right now, Zarco and the Marquez siblings, who did not inside that top 10 opt to go for new rubber front or rear at the end of that session. While we're on the subject of Ducatis, one of the fastest Ducatis so far in 2026 has been in the hands of Italian Fabio Di Gianantonio. Let's get a bit of a Ducati update from Jack down in the glorious sunshine of pit lane. Good afternoon, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm making the most of it this afternoon because I don't think I'm going to be able to enjoy it both Saturday and Sunday. So factor 54 for myself this afternoon. A very, very interesting update. We teased it this morning. The Ducati team bosses teased it to me as well, that their aero updates were going to be unveiled, and it provides a very interesting story. Fabio Di Antonio and Alex Marquez, the only two of the factory riders to be running the 2026 aero update. Of course, this being Ducati's, well, each rider will get one homologation, one aerodynamic update as we go throughout the year. So Alex Marquez and Fabio Di Antonio have decided to use that with the 2026 side fairings. The front wings remain the same. When it comes to Marc Marquez, he has quite interestingly decided not to choose that, but instead has decided to go back to the 2025 side fairings, which are slightly bigger downwash ducts and a slightly smaller wing. It's a small evolution on the 2024 aero that everybody has been running throughout the start of the year. Now, at first, I was thinking, well, where is the logic? Where is the sense in that Marc Marquez finished his 2025 World Championship winning campaign with the 2025 aero, then started this year with the 2024, to then just 5 rounds into the year opt for a 2025 aero? Well, that makes no sense to be going back to what you had at the start of last year. But when I think about it a little bit more, Mark spoke throughout pre-season about how the GP24 aerodynamic package was less physical, allowed him to ride the bike in an easier way given the limitations that he had. It's a great sign that he now feels comfortable enough to go back to what he knows. And I think one of the key elements as well, we'll obviously speak to Mark this afternoon to get his thoughts on it, but the word that he's used most over the past month is consistency, and the fact that he hasn't been able to be consistent. You would imagine his decision to go for 25 and what he knows rather than the brand new 2026 is based down to the fact he doesn't want to throw another unknown into the mix. He wants to stick with what he knows, what he's got feeling with, what he knows he can be successful with, and I'm sure he feels as a result of that, that is where the consistency will come from. Of course, as we said, we'll speak to him later, but interesting that Marc Marquez, the only standout, the only anomaly down at Ducati. Alex Marquez and Digi with those new items, as we said. Marc Marquez going back to what he knows with that 25 aero package.
Thanks very much, Jack, for those brilliant updates down in pit lane. So Marc Marquez then back to what he knows. Will it see him get back to his best? It's been Marc Marquez has had his struggles so far in 2026, particularly, he says, in the early laps, particularly when he's got new rubber, full fuel load. He's just been struggling to get the feeling in the early laps of Grand Prix, which normally has been one of Marc's big fortes. He was, down in 9th place this morning. No cause for great concern because, as Jack pointed out in the lunch break, he did have very impressive pace on worn tyres. But it was Marc's poorest getaway on a factory Ducati, his lowest FP1 since the Solidarity Grand Prix back in 2024. Don't worry, 93 fans, not the time to be pressing the panic button just yet.
And why Jack's comments are so important is because you're only allowed one aero update in the entire MotoGP season. You're only allowed 2 aero configurations in play at any stage. Like, Marc Marquez could go back once again to what he started the season with if he wants, but you're not allowed to just chop and change aero throughout the entire season. You've got to homologate one aero package and homologate one upgrade, unless you're Yamaha, of course, who get the option with their concessions of a second aero update through the season. So it's a decision that you have to get right through a 22-round championship. You can only make that decision once.
Yeah, Marc Marquez going backwards to try and get himself moving forwards in this year's MotoGP World Championship. Finds himself uncharacteristically 5th in the World Championship, 66 points worse off Marquez after 4 Grand Prix of 2026 compared to his unbelievable start to life as a factory Ducati rider last year. Johann Zarco, well, he might need to win tomorrow's French Grand Prix once again because already a potential dent in his win bonus, Lewis. He's been busted €1,000 for a little bit of a misdemeanor in the practice start session this morning.
Yes, they watch those closely, even though it's, I guess, not really part of the competitive session. Essentially what Johann Zarco did is he stopped on the grid, pulled forward again, and then stopped again opportunity to get himself in the ideal position on the grid to do that practice start, but it's deemed a major no-no by the FIM MotoGP stewards, because of course a rider might see you start to pull away ahead, think that's your practice start, or think that you've aborted your practice start, and then potentially run into the back of you if you then slam on the brake and stop again on the grid. So it's a safety measure which prohibits you from doing that. Johann Zarco did not follow those instructions, and he's been hitting the wallet with €1,000.
He has, a dent in the old bank balance this weekend as far as the French rider is concerned. Fourth quickest he was this morning. Very impressive 1:31.109 coming on lap 17 of 19. That's looking in great nick in the dry conditions. If it is teeming down with rain here on Sunday, well, most people's pick for favourite is going to be Johann Zarco. Luca Marini, of course, last time out in Jerez, reiterated those comments yesterday. He now feels that he gets to see all the data. He gets to see Zarco up close and personal on that LCR Honda. He now feels that Zarco's got the jump on the field in wet and damp conditions. He now feels that the number 5 is the best rider on planet Earth when it's raining, or certainly when there's changeable conditions. I guess you could sort of say Marc Marquez will run him close for that particular accolade, but no question, if it is wet here on Sunday, which it looks like it possibly could be, well, you can just never rule out Mr. Zarco. Every
rider is out there at the moment on the hard front tyre, and for the first time in the weekend we've seen the soft rear tyre brought into play. No one ran it this morning. Even those who went for fresh rubber in FP1, they went across to the medium rear tyre, but everyone with the exception at the moment of Brad Binder on the factory KTM is out there on hard front, soft rear tyres.
Marco Bezzecchi and Marc Marquez at the moment are having sort of completely different fortunes, aren't they, when you look at their Saturdays and Sundays so far this season. Marc Marquez, brilliant on Saturdays for the most part. 2 sprint wins already so far this season. 3 podiums in total on Saturdays, but no Grand Prix rostrum as yet. And you look at Marco Bezzecchi, the complete opposite picture. Marco Bezzecchi, only 1 finish so far in our opening 4 sprints, that 4th place in Goiânia, yet he's not finished lower than second on Sundays. And when you look at the form of late in Grand Prix Sundays, as mentioned this morning, out the last 150 Grand Prix points at stake, Marco Bezzecchi has dropped just 5, and it was those 5 that he dropped a couple of weeks ago against Alex Marquez in Jerez,
where he pretty much accepted at the end of lap 1 that Alex Marquez was going to win that Grand Prix, and locked in to take a solid 20 points once Marc Marquez crashed out ahead of him. Yeah, if you rank riders by their sprint points, Marc Marquez would be your leader in the championship, from Jorge Martin and Pecco Bagnaia, who's had a pair of sprint silver medals in the last 2 Saturday battles. Marco Bezzecchi would be 13th on sprint points, but of course will be 70-odd points out of Marc Marquez on a Sunday. Yellow flags are coming out in the 3rd sector of this lap, and we're trying to work out whether it's down Shimano. Is that Jorge Martin who's down through there, or it's Martin digging himself out of that Shimano Berth gravel trap?
He's been down by the looks of it. You can see damage and dirt and dust all over those Aprilia leathers. So Jorge Martin, who on his last appearance here in Le Mans, certainly enjoyed his French Grand Prix experience. He's down in that tricky turn 9 and 10 section, which has already caught out a lot of riders in Moto3 and Moto2 so far this weekend. Aprilia tech boss Fabiano Sterlachini watches on.
Staying well off the racetrack on his way back to the pits. There's a little bit of damage you can see at the bottom, and of course Joan Mir has served as a bit of a warning sign to everyone else when he ignored the black and orange flag in Jerez when he was dragging bits of broken Honda around the racetrack. Not quite as severe, the damage to Martin's Aprilia, but he is now safely up pit lane.
Good news for Jorge, looks A-OK. I was just about to mention the winner of both the Grand Prix and the sprint here in 2024. What a last lap that was in the Grand Prix here in France a couple of years ago, when Marc Marquez picked off Pecco Bagnaia into the Shimano Berth S's, and we thought he might have something late on for Jorge Martin. Just quickly coming back to the point we've been making about Marco Bezzecchi's lack of form so far in sprints. Pecco Bagnaia won 11 Grand Prix in 2024, but somehow still lost the World Championship because Jorge Martin had his measure so often on sprint Saturdays. Only 12 points for the win in the sprints, but over the course of a 22-round season, that is a lot of points at stake, and it paid big dividends in 2024, didn't it, for Jorge Martin, having that clear advantage on sprint Saturdays over Bagnaia.
Yeah, and it's fair to say that Marco Bezzecchi hasn't exactly aced qualifying either. So far, of course, pole in Buriram, first round of the season. And of course, was beaten to pole in both Brazil and Austin. They missed the front row altogether in the wet conditions of Jerez last time out. So Saturdays in general have been where Bezzecchi has made his mistakes so far this season. I think we can forgive him the crash in the wet in Jerez, because as we discussed this morning, even the winner fell at one stage during that sprint. But yeah, Marco Bezzecchi will not know ultimately until the World Championship is decided one way or another later in the season just how crucial those lost Saturday points are going to be.
Pedro Acosta is now the fastest rider on day one here in France. He's just found a 1:30.792, which is slightly quicker than Marini's benchmark this morning of a 1:30.857. Just as he was this morning, it's Fabio De Gianantonio making another massively strong case to get the factory support he so desperately craves of year to remain with the Bologna factory next year. Once again, it's Digia in second place at 1:30.911. I think those laps, I looked at the lap analysis from Fabio De Gianantonio this morning. The lap he did on lap 18 of the session would have put him 5th on the leaderboard. So not only did he have good one-lap pace, but he was really consistent over the distance runs as well as Fabio De Gianantonio. Desperate to find his first victory, of course, since Qatar 2023.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? We're trying to get an idea in terms of what sort of form guide for the race on Sunday is going to be, but the rest might be in very different conditions to this. The weather forecast was updated during the lunch break. We got an updated weather forecast from IRTA, which does also suggest that it's not out of the question that we could have rain tomorrow morning as well, which could lead us to potentially have a second consecutive rain-affected qualifying session. That is not out of the question at all. The sprint has a better than even chance of being dry tomorrow afternoon, but certainly all the forecasts, every update we get to the weather forecast suggests that we're not going to dodge the rain on Sunday. If
you didn't join us this morning, welcome this afternoon to this French Grand Prix action. Just a bit of housekeeping for our first-timers in Le Mans this weekend. Jonas Folger, the German rider who does a little bit of testing work behind the scenes for KTM. He is in this weekend for the injured Maverick Vinales. Folger this morning doing a pretty respectable 1:34 flat. Didn't come here cold after 3 years out of the saddle on a MotoGP bike. Last time we saw Jonas was back in 2023 when he did 6 replacement rides for the injured Pol Espargaro. He did jump on an RC16 to get a bit of experience in Mugello earlier on this week, which I think he was very grateful for. Can you imagine 3 years off a MotoGP bike to jump into the lion's den against the very best riders in the world? We're already nicely dialed into 2026. This is round 5. It's Pedro Acosta. Some start to this practice session for the 21-year-old Spaniard, because he's just increased his advantage to a 1:30.760.
Yeah, Pecco Bagnaia will be pretty pleased with his 30.8. That's put him in second place at the moment. Bezzecchi third on a 30.8, matched by Di Gianantonio in fourth. Then we have Marini and Marc Marquez on 31 flats. Good start to the session from Moreira too, who's done a 31.1, which underlines the Honda pace here so far this weekend. We've got Marini, Moreira and Zarco 5th, 7th and 8th. Duanmi is just outside the top 10 in 12th place. That Honda has got some genuine pace so far this weekend.
We know one of the big targets for KTM this year was to get that RC16 turning better mid-corner. You've got to do a lot of turning here in Le Mans. 14 corners packed into a very compact 4.19 kilometre length. So it looks like those improvements, a bit more downforce from the revised aero, the improved mid-corner turning from the KTM is certainly working so far for Pedro Acosta. A bit of a scrappy lap this for Alex Marquez. That mistake there into 9 and 10. The Shimano Burfest is one of a couple of mistakes we've already seen from him on this lap, and Alex just decides to roll out of it. Johan Zarco is certainly not rolling out of it now as he comes to the Blur S's second gear through here, just around 190 kilometres an hour, 100 kilometres an hour rather. And just here and there, just feathering that power back on. Short squirt of acceleration, then down out to turn 13. Bottom gear through this particular section of the Le Mans course. Through Recordum on we go, where you could barely hear yourself think when he had this moment crossing the line to win the French Grand Prix here last year. Zarco once again down into the low 131s.
And Mir into 5th place. So now we have all 4 Hondas up inside the top 10. Mir 5th, Marini 6th, Zarco 8th, Moreira 9th. Just to underline how well that RC213V is going so far this weekend.
It was such an amazing, such a popular victory here, wasn't it, last year for Johann Zarco? I'm sure when he walked back into the paddock here this weekend, he's been doing so much promo work in the build-up to this French Grand Prix, not just this week, but for a good number of weeks. But walking through the gates here at Le Mans on Wednesday must have brought so many special memories flooding back for the Frenchman. First winner of his home Grand Prix since 1954. It was his 150th start as well here in MotoGP last year, so some wonderful memories for Zarco. Can he create some more here on Sunday? As he mentioned in the press conference yesterday, he thinks that the French fans are probably the only fans in the world who will not care less if it's pouring with rain here at the weekend. They won't mind getting a drenching, will they, the French fans, as long as one of their own is taking the spoils once again.
Yeah, might well have seen a wet race as his best opportunity. He might be revising that somewhat. Remember, Alex Marquez was talking down his chances going into his home Grand Prix. He then went and won it. And Marc Marquez said yesterday when he spoke to our colleague Elliot York about his prospects, he said, if you're hoping for a wet race, that generally means you're not fast enough in the dry. So maybe Johann Zarco, yeah, I think a wet race would certainly play into his hands, because we've seen as recently as Jerez how good he is in those wet conditions, but we're certainly not writing off his chances completely if we do have a dry Grand Prix on Sunday.
Nice new shiny set of pretty leathers for Jorge Martinez. He ventures out on circuit, still not troubled the time screens yet after his early crash at Shimano Berth. He's already had one success here this weekend, as Jorge Martin, winning a cycling event here yesterday.
Although he followed his tuk-tuk challenge tactics of a little last corner shortcut. That is the Jorge Martin playbook, isn't it?
He does get a bit creative, doesn't he? Does Jorge. The competitive edge never leaves you whether you're off or on a MotoGP bike. Jorge would be desperate to win a game of tiddlywinks, wouldn't he? But yeah, it was great to see so many of the riders enjoying a bit of a cycling pre-event here in Le Mans yesterday. Of course, it's cycling. So many of the riders, it's the sort of discipline which they use to keep themselves in tip-top physical shape for MotoGP. So many of them based up in the Andorra Mountains, where so many pro cyclists are based as well, including Aleix Espargaro, who had a dabble as a pro cyclist himself, didn't he, for a period of time before he decided to dedicate all of his attention onto being a Honda test rider.
Fabio Quartararo here on screen, who spends most of his training time on a treadmill. I'm sure many of his Instagram followers will be well aware of that particular training technique of Fabio's.
He's got knees made of steel, hasn't he, Fabio? I mean, he's busting out half marathons on a treadmill. Didn't it say
100 meters?
Has he done a video? This week on MotoGP.com, a little special interview which we did with him, where he says he's one of those athletes who just likes to punish himself, see how much he can test both his physical and mental strength. He said, I almost train to the point where I'm vomiting. Maybe you just need to back it off a little bit, Fabio, if you get into that stage.
Yeah, we're talking about a world champion's mentality. He does punish himself to the brink of, well, it's all chasing the ultimate goal, isn't it? That's why, I guess, he wears his heart on his sleeve so much when things go wrong on the racetrack and when the Yamaha's not working, because he puts his heart and soul into this. They all do. You have to compete at this level. The 22 best riders in the world, you have to leave no stone unturned. You have to have triathlete levels of fitness to wrestle these motorcycles around 22 Grand Prix circuits over sprints, Grand Prix, practice sessions, tests that all go into that as well. It is a physical game as much as it's a mental and a psychological game in MotoGP nowadays. And yeah, Fabio Quartararo certainly is putting everything into the physical aspect to make sure that he has that world champion's physique as well as the mindset.
Yeah, he does. He certainly pounds the mileage on the treadmills. At the moment, though, unfortunately for Fabio and the other Yamaha riders, they're going through the middle a little bit on that V4 powered M1. No significant progress being made whatsoever, and there's been a few new parts thrown at that bike of late, but they just seem to be stuck in a bit of a rut right now. Do the Iwata factory at the moment. Fabio Quartararo is 11th, 131.230 from the rider from Nice, which is about 0.3 of a second quicker than what he managed in the play this morning, as we are still awaiting our first time to be set by Jorge Martin.
Yeah, because Quartararo hails from Nice, he's got the 2 Grand Prix nearest to his home in consecutive weekends. Actually, next weekend in Barcelona, as the crow flies, is closer to his home in Nice than Le Mans is. But of course, this is the French Grand Prix. This is the weekend of all weekends for Fabio Quartararo to try and deliver.
Jorge Martin, what a start it has been to his second season in the factory Aprilia team. His debut season, of course, punctuated by so many big injury issues, but fully fit. He's been on the money, hasn't he? Double podiums in both Brazil and in America for Jorge Martin. Well, of course, it's traditionally, and it still is, Tech 3's home Grand Prix in many respects. There's been all kinds of talk and speculation about the future of Tech 3 in terms of, will they be with KTM, will they be switching to new machinery or new manufacturer in 2027? Well, one man who'll definitely in the know when it comes to all business connected to Tech 3. The boss, Gunther Steiner, joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed. Gunther, I believe, was in Miami last weekend. Looks as though you brought the Miami weather with you today. And actually, as we go into the weekend, Miami in the news last weekend for those rainstorms. We might get a bit of that as well tomorrow. Firstly, Gunther, obviously, we're stood in front of the number 94 of Jonas Folger, which means still no Maverick Viñales. We all assumed having the screw out was going to be a minor surgery, but as time goes by, we're starting to realise a little bit more complicated than we first thought. What's the latest update, and when might we next see Maverick? Because the races come thick and fast now over the next month.
Yeah, as you say, everybody expected to take the screw out and then it's all good, but apparently it's not like this. But we told him also he needs to be 100% fit. There's no point that he comes back and tries again and then he does the try in the morning and then he cannot go anywhere. So in the moment it is Mugello. I mean, obviously he's trying to get fit for Barcelona. I think that's a big challenge. Because just like I said, we want him to be the Maverick 100%, because otherwise, if you're not 100%, he loses also his confidence, you know, not being out there giving what he can do, because we know how quick he is, you know. So that is the aim, to get him back 100%, and I think that will be Mugello.
This injury obviously comes at a crucial point in his career. However, we know that contract talks are ongoing. Some have already been finalised. We came into the season thinking that Maverick was secured for next year, but those talks, those rumours are starting to get cooler and cooler. How desperate is he to get back, knowing what's on the line?
Yeah, absolutely. He's desperate to go back, but what I said before, it's like he needs to be 100%, because if you've got a Maverick 90%, that's not good enough, you know, because you see how difficult this is. I mean, from the first to the last, they're only 1 second. If you're not 100% physically, you cannot do this job. So he needs to be back, and then I think the decision will be taken after. I think everybody has got time. I mean, Maverick is a good guy, you know, he's one of them. You need to give him a chance, but he needs to show what he can do.
As the guys mentioned, it's not taken long for your team to be in the news. A lot of talk about the possibility of a switch to Honda for 2027. Right now, how likely is it that you remain with KTM for 2027?
Very clever questions here, you know. How likely it is? No. In the moment, we are still talking, you know, and I'm not even saying with who we are talking. We want to make sure that we are in a good place in the next years. That is our biggest aim. game. To be sure, we take a little bit more time than we should take, but we want to make sure that we take the right decision, you know. We don't need a quick decision, we need the right one, and that is speaking with these people, because it's also very difficult to decide, because nobody knows what the bikes will be next year. It's a complete new regulation, you know. It's one of these years where you say, you know, whatever you do, you're taking a little bit of a gamble, but and also for me coming in here, being new everything, it takes a little bit longer to understand it. I want to be sure that I don't miss anything and jump to a conclusion that in 2-3 weeks I regret what I did. So I'm speaking with a few people, and hopefully in the next 2 weeks we can announce who we go for.
Well, we'll look forward to those news coming in the next couple of weeks, Gunther. Great to see you here. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please.
Fantastic as always to hear from Tech 3 boss Gunther Steiner. So quite clearly, as you'd expect he would be, keeping options open, all avenues available on the table, it seems, in terms of where or which manufacturer Tech 3 might be linking up with in 2027. And Maverick Vinales, well, not sounding... Oh, that's a big crash there for Fermin Aldeguer.
He's in the middle of the chicane, isn't he?
Yeah, Maverick Vinales, and it doesn't sound like we're going to see Maverick back on the Tech 3 RC16 in Barcelona next weekend. Mugello seems to be a more realistic option at the end of May. And as Gunther Steiner said there, the message has been crystal clear to Maverick. Don't entertain returning until you are 100% fully fit. So maybe another 2 or 3 week buffer, another couple of weeks on the treatment table will get Maverick back in full swing. We certainly hope so, because as Gunther Steiner said, he needs to be out there. Contract time, one of the biggest rider markets we've ever seen in MotoGP. It's tough to be convincing anybody, isn't it?
Yeah, this is Aldeguer. I thought it was his teammate coming through the picture, but it was actually Aldeguer. There's Alex Marquez off to the right, and he's in the middle of the chicane. He's desperately trying to keep it up on his left knee, because he wants to keep the engine in so that he doesn't have to restart it on the service road. The front end is already going. You can see his right foot's now starting to come out as he's trying to wrestle that bike back upright once again. And unfortunately for Fermin, it was a losing battle.
Yeah, thankfully nobody really close behind him as well who's going to get caught up in that particular incident. You ain't saving that one, Fermin, I'm afraid. Down he goes on the road.
Of course, it's a left leg that he's been recuperating, that he's trying to save that bike on his left knee. He broke that left femur back in January, and he's still walking with a little bit of a limp, which is the legacy of an injury that he suffered some 4 months ago.
Pre-French Grand Prix, I have to say the gossip columns were erring more towards Tech 3 maybe linking up with HRC, as Jack put the question to Gunther Steiner. But I've done a bit of digging this weekend and spoken to some of our media centre colleagues. It seems to have swung back in favour of KTM, and the status quo being remaining as far as KTM are concerned. Last thing that KTM can really afford to be doing is losing 50% of their entry in MotoGP. Of course, data, information, so key, in particular when you move into a new era as well. 850cc capacity next year, a switch over from Michelin to Pirelli tyres. You need the maximum amount of bikes possible out on the grid. It would be a disaster, really, at this stage for KTM to lose half of their entry. So they are moving heaven and earth, we're told. They're moving mountains to try and persuade Tech 3 to remain on board.
Yeah, of course, Tech 3, such a successful satellite team over the years, be it with KTM or, of course, more famously in previous years with Yamaha. And, of course, that's why they would be such an asset potentially to Honda if they would be able to bring them into the fold. Of course, they've enjoyed some satellite success here last year with LCR2. They could add the Tech 3 squad to that roster of bikes and have 6 bikes on the grid next year, which of course would match Ducati on the 2027 grid. That would be a huge feather in the cap of Honda when, as you say, you want all that data and you want to assist with the development of what are brand new motorcycles.
You can understand maybe while Gunther Steiner's having a good look around at all these options, maybe he just wanted to go in a different direction, just to put his own stamp on the Tech 3 project moving forward. But as he mentioned, if you're in their situation, it really is a leap of faith, isn't it, into 2027, because nobody's going to be really quite sure when all these key decisions have to be made, which is very shortly. I remember speaking to a team boss a few years ago where they say they really have to have their following season plans all set in stone by around the end of June. So you can't be mucking around in these negotiations. So it is a big call. Do you decide to move ship and hope that the new manufacturer is going to get it nailed in the new era, or do you stick? Are Tech 3 going to stick or twist? That's one of the big questions for 2027.
And we're about to see Fabio Di Giannantonio potentially go top. 30.7 for DJ. That is the fastest lap time of the day. So many are expecting that Honda to be a rocket ship next year in 2027, the new era of MotoGP. Everything we hear about that new 850 is that it is super quick, but yeah, we won't truly know until all the 850s are put on the same racetrack at the same time at the start of next season. Aprilia debuted theirs at Jerez following the Spanish Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, as Gunther said, whatever you do, whatever manufacturer you go with, if you're a satellite team next year, you are to a certain extent guessing.
If it is just the 4 Hondas next year, Johann Zarco certainly has one of them secured. Pre all of this sort of chaotic rider market talk this year, well, he was already signed on a 2-year contract with Zarco. His name was never in any doubt. Moreira likewise to stay put in LCR. And Fabio Quartararo and David Alonso, we believe, are going to be the official HRC picks. So it seems like the names are pretty much done and dusted as far as Honda's potential 4-bike entry next season. In the present, as Lewis mentioned, Fabio Di Giannantonio. Well, we keep waxing lyrical, don't we, about Digi's performances so far this season. No wonder his name was at the top of many team managers' shopping lists for 2027. Heard his name mentioned once again with Trackhouse Aprilia, and why wouldn't it be, given the form he's shown so far? And Aprilia in its current guise, I mean, obviously if they could, not expecting any kind of significant drop-off from Aprilia in the new era next season, that will become a very attractive proposition as far as Digi is concerned.
Yeah, we were all surprised, weren't we, when we first got the reporting of Ayagura potentially heading to Yamaha. Of course, at the lure, as we discussed this morning, of a factory seat, you can understand why Ai is making that decision. But that is such an attractive ride for someone next season. We expect it to be alongside Raul Fernandez, who we fully expect to stay put at that Trackhouse team for next season. Joan Mir is certainly another rider in the frame, and another rider who will certainly have his eye on that second Trackhouse Aprilia for next season, and a potential reunion with his World Championship winning team manager, Davide Brivio.
Yeah, you have to feel that there's probably more than a small tinge of regret at Trackhouse and at Aprilia, both with the American team and the Nuali factory, that they've somehow let Agura slip through the net. You thought that he would have been maybe a candidate for a future factory Aprilia rider. I can perfectly understand why he has been tempted to go to the Yamaha factory seat, which means that they're shopping once again back in the rider market. Back with Johann Zarco down through this magnificent turn 6, latch up out. Really does drop off that downhill right-hander. Here's Ayagura. I was just keeping an eye on Ayagura, actually. He made a mistake on his previous lap somewhere because he was flying through the first half of it. He was going to potentially be slotting himself close to top 3, maybe certainly in the top 6, Agura, but something went wrong in this third sector. Whether he ran off here in the chicane, a very easy mistake to make on the brakes into 9 and 10.
Crucial half an hour coming up for Ayagura, because we have seen a bit of a running theme through this season of him not necessarily nailing soft tyre time attacks. Hasn't qualified any higher than 6th so far this season, and he said after Jerez, everyone can use the extra grip from a soft rear tyre, but not so much me. That's something he's going to have to get over in the next half hour. Yeah,
and he also suffers early on in Grand Prix and in sprints, that fresh rubber when the tyre's new. Just struggles to get the pace quickly, doesn't he, Ayagura? So the factory, the Ducati team, looking to respond from another tough Grand Prix last time out in Jerez. His new aero flying around everywhere, old aero as well as far as the Bologna factory is concerned. Of course, they'll be focusing predominantly on Marc Marquez and Pega Bagnaia in the factory garage. I'm delighted to say we can get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Tardotti, with Jack.
Yeah, good to be able to speak with Davide. As I was explaining at the start of the session, Davide, Alex Marquez and Fabio Di Giannantonio, obviously with the new aerodynamics package that we saw you test in Jerez. Quite interestingly though, Mark not opting for that, instead going for the 25 aero that he had on his bike last year to such great effect. So can you just explain that decision from Mark to go back to the aero package from the side fairings anyway, that he knows so well?
No, now the package is completely different. It seems the same, but it's different. It's something that we test in Jerez, and both riders have now on the bike. It seems that Pecco is not so bad on timing. He did 30.9 2 laps ago. So we'll see. While Mark is facing another problem, he's happy about the corner speed, so they are working on that.
You said in Jerez after the test that you felt that a step had been made. From what you've seen in the session this morning and halfway through the practice session, do you still believe that to be the case?
Yeah, we hadn't this new fairing this morning. We have now this session, and yeah, we still think that there is a small advantage.
But it's clear that there are two different development paths between the independent riders and Mark. Pecco is seemingly on different as well, so how are you going to juggle that going throughout the rest of the season?
You know, we are able to follow the wish of every rider, so I think that this is a must from Ducati, and Gigi listen to every rider. Factory or satellite, and try to give him the best.
Thanks, Davide. Have a good one.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks, as always, to factory Ducati boss Davide Tardozzi. I'm sorry, Davide, but I'm going to have to read out this particular stat. If I can find it, which involves the factory Ducati team. They've not had a podium in the last 9 Grand Prix, their worst run in well over 10 years, as the sparks fly, not in a particularly good way as far as Fermin Aldeguer is concerned. And as mentioned, he comes right back on the line there, doesn't he? So fortunate there's not anybody behind him. But he would have had the opportunity to veer to the right to maybe avoid contact in the practice session, but that happens in a race. Oh, scary.
It's a rider's instincts, I guess, always to try and save any kind of moment like that, especially nowadays with the regulations on restarting a bike. If you lose the engine, you have to go to the service road, which is going to take you much longer period of time. It's going to take you a couple of minutes to disappear behind the tyre barrier and restart your bike again, so they're almost incentivized to try and hang on to the clutch, hang on to the bike, and try and stop the engine from cutting out. Ayagura, who is still on used tyres, we haven't seen him go across to a brand new soft yet, continues to improve. He's up to 14th place. Martin also making his way up the order. He now takes 6th. He slots in just behind his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. So we've got a 10th of a second covering the top 5 at the moment, and just under 4/10 covering the top 10.
Yeah, Ayagura will know that if he can qualify better, and if he can be perhaps a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more confident, or get more feeling on fresh rub at the start of sprints and Grand Prix, there are podiums out there for sure for the Trackhouse. A pretty rider cruelly denied, of course, first podium when his engine went kaput when he was steamrolling towards the top 3 in Austin, and pretty much every Grand Prix so far this year, Thailand in particular. Last time out in Jerez, his end of race pace is as good as anybody's out there. Just got to get Saturday morning sorted out, hasn't he, Ayagura? Because he keeps blowing these wonderful opportunities, race pace-wise. I mean, he's as good as anybody else on the grid, no question.
He's been on the 4th row in the last couple of Grand Prix ago. Of course, qualifying was rain-affected in Jerez, but either way, it's still a qualifying session when you've got to go out there and deliver. And he certainly had too much late race pace for his teammate, didn't he, in Jerez, passing Raul Fernandez into turn 6 on the very last lap, as Trackhouse took a 5-6. All 4 Aprilias back at the Spanish Grand Prix did come home in the top 6, even if their winning streak came to an end.
He's a pocket rocket, isn't he, Ayagura? One of those sort of lighter and shorter riders in the MotoGP field. So just wonder as well, maybe in the early part of the Grand Prix on Sunday in particular, when you're running the full fuel load.
Oh, dear, might want to jump off that.
We've got a Trackhouse barbecue.
It's Raul Fernandez.
Not in a very good way yet. His right foot's going to be getting very, very hot there. That's going to be a terminal one by the looks of it. Flames pouring out the side of the Aprilia RSGP. Quickly on the scene go the marshals. Out come the fire extinguishers. So that's a cooked RSGP Aprilia trackside there as far as Raul Fernandez is concerned. He parks it up quickly, and now his mission is to get back to the paddock as quickly as he possibly can. Where's that, down at Garage
yeah,
Fair?
He's right at the far end of the circuit. So he's got the longest possible route back to the pits from there, down at turn 8. We're right at the opposite end of the racetrack at the end of the lap here, and yeah, the Trackhouse team as keen as us, I think, to see a replay, see how that fire started.
Well, he seconded the scooter.
Yeah, give me the
said,
keys.
"You're okay, mate. I'll ride this one back. Thank you very much." Smoke still pouring off the side of the Aprilia RSGP. Trackhouse, more like Steakhouse that was, wasn't it? As far as Fernandez is concerned. So they're already prepping the spare bike for the Spanish rider. Did really well there, didn't he? As soon as you could feel the intense heat building around his right boot, quickly got himself off the circuit, did Ralph Fernandez. When that drama came the way of the Spaniard, he was sitting in 10th place, which is where he still is, a 1:31.124. But crucially now, for the late session time attacks, Ralph Fernandez is a little bit handcuffed. He's only got one bike at his disposal.
Yes, looking at the makeup of the top 10 at the moment, as Fabio Gian Antonio continues his work on used tyres. We've got Ducati KTM, Ducati Honda, Aprilia, Honda, Ducati Aprilia inside the top 10, and that is what is making things so close, and that's what's potentially going to spoil the day of someone like Alex Marquez currently in 13th, Agura down in 14th place at the moment, Morbidelli down in 19th on the VR46 Ducati, just ahead of Aldeguer, who we've already seen crash. It's the speed and the performance of the Hondas so far today as Didier gets Garage Vert all wrong and almost ends up in the long lap penalty. Those four Hondas, and I mean all four of them, because Moreira's up in 12th place, they are really complicating matters for Ducati, Aprilia and KTM this afternoon.
From the outside, Lemans doesn't look like it's got a lot of undulation, but on board now with Marco Bezzecchi, where you really do drop off down into Garage Vert, just like Didier. He gets it all wrong as well into that tricky turn 8. You're decelerating from 4th gear. Around 265 kilometers an hour, down to that tight double right-hander, first gear, 70 kilometers an hour. Here's another real spectacular part of the undulating features of Le Mans. Flat in so many other parts, but a drop down through La Chapelle, climb back up there now as you go to the museum corner. This is the turn 7 left-hander. And then it feels like you're dropping off a cliff once again as you power down the hill into Garage Vert. Back with Acosta. Look how low that KTM sitting as he gets the right height device dropped down. This, of course, was at Garage Vert in 2024 when Pedro Acosta was threading that KTM through the eye of a needle. I'm still not quite sure himself how he knew he got away with that one. Was it Fabio Di Gianantonio?
Yeah, narrowly missed him.
Was Bezzecchi involved in that one as well. Good first day, though, this for Acosta here in France. 3rd quickest he was this morning. He's been a permanent fixture inside that top 3 this afternoon as well. He's currently still in 2nd.
And already looking more competitive than he did at any stage in the Spanish Grand Prix weekend. Not a circuit that he admits he's ever really got the best out of. And Enea Bastianini was comfortably the quickest KTM at most parts of that weekend. Acosta then currently 2nd. The other KTMs, Bastianini's just outside the top 10 at the moment, 11th, even though he's less than 4/10 off the pace. And we've got Binder down in 17th place, less than 6/10 of a second off the pace, and less than 2/10 off Q2, but he's down in 17th. Of course, Folger, teammate to Bastianini, he's at the back of the field on a 1:33.5.
Just a smidgen, a whisker over a second is covering the top 21 riders in this practice session, all the way down from Didier, who we're looking at now, tackle the final 2 right-handers. That's the perfect way to tackle, record him on. Down to Fermin Aldeguer, he's in 21st place. Of course, his cause this afternoon not helped by that tip-off going through the first chicane. Now through the fearsome, the scary blind entry through turn 2. Hard on the brakes now through 3. You really have got to be full commitment, full precision through that first corner. Fabio Di Gianantonio nailed that quite beautifully. He just looks at one, doesn't he, right now, with that Ducati GP26. Rider and machine working in perfect harmony together. Jorge Martin knows what that feels like on a Ducati, because he did it so often, of course, back in 2024. And he is out on circuit after the early get-off at the Shimano Burpesses. Jorge's been fast. He didn't take him too long to get into the 130s. He's only, well, he's not even a 10th and a half, actually, behind the Gianantonio.
So here's the lesser spotted Marc Marquez today. We haven't seen an awful lot of the world champion for much of the 2 sessions we've had so far today. He's currently in 9th place on a 1:31.0, continuing to do his homework. We haven't seen Marc Marquez go across to a brand new tyre since this session began, and of course they're all doing this homework, putting in laps on the soft rear tyre, continuing to put the miles in. and they might not even get to use this homework in a dry Grand Prix on Sunday. The forecast still seems to predict that it's going to be wet all day on Sunday, right from warm-up all the way through Moto3, Moto2 and into the MotoGP Grand Prix on Sunday afternoon. Tomorrow morning may also have a few showers to impact proceedings. We hope, and the likelihood at the moment is, that just on the balance of probabilities, that we should get a dry sprint.
That's not the optimal route through turn 2 and 3 as far as Marc Marquez is concerned, 3 and 4 rather, as he drops now down through La Chapelle. One of his 17 sprint wins was right here in Le Mans last year. Amazing record Marc has got in sprints for the factory Ducati team. 22 sprints he's participated in red. He's won 16 of them. That is some record, isn't it, for the number 93. Still though, it feels like we've been saying this for a long, long time, trying to find that elusive 100th Grand Prix success. No Grand Prix victory since the San Marino round in Mazzano last year. Having to work hard in 2026 for his crust. Isn't he, Marc? Into record him on we go. He kissing the tarmac there, almost about getting his elbow down now through the mid part of the 13 and 14 section. And it's all just about then picking up on the fat part of the tyre, getting the drive grip. Hard braking and hard acceleration, two key features around this Le Mans circuit.
We need to be watching his teammate at the moment, Pecco Bagnaia, who's going quickly, fastest of all through the first sector. He's right in touch with Gian Antonio through the second sector. Gigi Dall'Igna is quite keen to see that himself. We'll pick up the 63, I'm sure, in just a moment, because he's in the third sector. He has lost a quarter of a second, actually, as we now pick him up in Esbleu, where he tangled with Maverick Vinales in this Grand Prix 3 years ago, before two of the most mild-mannered and polite gentlemen in the paddock almost had some fisticuffs after taking each other out.
Yeah, there's nothing more funny, is there, than seeing two irate riders trying to knock lumps out of each other with crash helmets on. It was very, very quickly resolved, all very amicably. In fact, they shared the same scooter, didn't they, back to the paddock on that occasion. I mean, it was pretty amusing after the event to see, as Lewis just mentioned, two of the most affable, pleasant chaps you could find in MotoGP. It all got a bit heated, all got a bit hot under the collar, as it so often does when these guys are pushing for the absolute limit on 300 horsepower, 220 mile an hour MotoGP machines. Bagnaia, got to be happy with his afternoon's work so far. Third fastest, a 1:30.815. Still just the 900s covering the top 5 at the moment, as Alex Rins charges the factory Yamaha into the final sector. At the moment, Alex Rins down in 16th place. Alex is only just over half a second away from top spot. Not a bad job at all.
He's gone for fresh rubber, has Alex Rins. Brand new soft front, soft rear, although he didn't get the immediate benefit on that particular occasion. We saw Yamaha taking a step back with their front aero earlier on today. It certainly looks as if Alex Rins has reverted back to something a little bit more present day on the front of that Yamaha V4, as they desperately try and find some performance from a motorcycle that, admittedly, Alex Rins won't be riding beyond the end of this season. Yeah,
he admitted, unfortunately, during his home Grand Prix in Jerez, that he has been informed by Yamaha that there is no room at the inn in 2027 for Alex Rins. This weekend, it's his 150th start in the MotoGP World Championship, age 30. He still feels that there's plenty more for him to offer in the MotoGP World Championship. But in the game of musical chairs, a pretty frantic game of musical chairs, it doesn't look like Alex, one of several high-profile riders currently on the MotoGP grid, you have to say, who could be left without a chair, without a seat at the end of the campaign. You think of Frankie Morbidelli, who's struggling at the moment on the Ducati GP25, clearly with the Aldeguer, the Gian Antonio rumours about VR46. No potential slot for Frankie. Brad Binder looking very, very vulnerable, unfortunately, in terms of next season as well. Alex Rins certainly in that club as well. What's Alex going to do here, though? Is this potentially top 10, top 6, maybe? Should be top 10, shouldn't it? Yeah, 8th in between. 8th place then for Alex Rins. Johann Zarco, well, he is out on fresh rubber.
Yeah, now he's right behind him.
He's taken pole position here previously in his Grand Prix career in Le Mans, has Johann Zarco. He knows that special feeling. Yeah, Diogo Moreira's along for the ride as well.
Yeah, he's got the tow ropes out and he's right behind. It's often a Diogo Moreira tactic, which did annoy a few of his Moto2 rivals for a lot of last year, but it's a successful tactic. And of course, when you're trying to learn, as Diogo Moreira is ruining his rookie season, why not jump in behind your experienced teammate who won this Grand Prix last year? Zarco then is in the heart of the Recordamon, where once again, like last year, he's going to be greeted by thousands of his compatriots cheering him on. And Zarco gets down to a mid-130, a 30.5 takes him into top spot, and Moreira right behind him up to P7.
French fans loving life, loving watching their home hero Johann Zarco tackle this Le Mans circuit. Pole position here back in 2018, becoming the first French rider to take a home pole since Christian Saron and Paul Ricard all the way back in 1988. So he has been on pole here previously. Of course, that will be a task he'll face in Q2 tomorrow morning. But it looks like Zarco should find himself sailing into that second session. Once again, the two LCR Honda riders set to improve. Out of the museum corner they both go. Moreira favouring the harder front tyre for his time attack here, just looking for that extra braking stability, that extra straight up and down stopping performance from the hard front. How popular is Johann Zarco in this part of France? How much is Johann Zarco loved in France in general? When we talk about home heroes, Paul Johann Zarco and Fabio Quartararo certainly fit that bill.
He needn't buy a drink again in France now, Johann Zarco, after becoming that first French home winner for over 70 years, and he's about to extend his lead still further here. Moreira struggling to go with him at the moment on this second time lap as the LCR riders move in tandem. This is going to be down to a low 130, maybe a 30.2 or a 30.3 for Johann Zarco, and this might already be booking his place in Q2.
This is smart as well by Moreira, smart by the team. They know that Zarco is an absolute Le Mans specialist. He does move the goalposts even further. We're down to a 130.197 from Zarco. Moreira finds himself up into fourth place. He's just set the exact same lap time as Pecco Bagnaia. That's some accolade for Moreira. Johann Zarco's gone early with his first time attack, and it has been a statement one as well. A 130.197. Zarco now over half a second clear of the chasing pack.
We're yet to see Diogo Moreira in qualifying 2. This clearly is the best chance he's had so far. It looks like KTM are going a similar route. This is Bastianini, isn't it? No, it's Acosta leading Binder, so the two factory KTM teammates also out together. Acosta, like Moreira, he's gone for the harder front tyre. Binder has taken the same strategy.
So here goes 37 and 33. They power out of turn 4, down through the famous bridge into La Chapelle. Turn 6, this seemingly endless right-hander before you attack up the hill. Then now hard on the brakes once again into the second gear. Turn 7. Another really good overtaking opportunity here on the brakes if you're in the mood for it. You've got a confidence in your front end. Just making sure he's not impeding the two KTMs is Alex Marquez. Down into garage, there we go then. Pedro Acosta, third quickest this morning, third fastest so far this afternoon. The Aprilias are coming to the party as well. Both Bezzecchi and Martin in their first time attacks.
No sign of Binder improving behind him. It looked like a wild ride for Binder into the museum corner up behind Acosta. So the 33 is down in 17th place. Looks like he's going to struggle to move up too high up the order from there. Acosta with a very strong third sector cut the gap to Johann Zarco, and this should leapfrog him ahead of Fabio Di Gianantonio and back into second place.
Yeah, we'll follow the Spaniard then now on the brakes, trail braking into that turn 13. He's nailed that. He's absolutely killed that final sector there under number 37. Yet it does pick him up one place. Up into P2 then goes Acosta. Still nothing for Zarco's impressive 130.1. That might take some beating, that one. Acosta, well, just over 0.2 of a second further back in second place. Martin making his charge towards Q2, potentially moving up from 8th to 4th.
Costa and Agura have just set fastest first sectors elsewhere. We have to keep an eye on Marc Marquez too on the factory Ducati. He's just gone back out. He's just put a brand new software tire in, and he needs it at the moment. Marc Marquez down in 12th place as Martin gets himself buried into the 130s. Moves ahead of his teammate Bezzecchi. They're 7th and 8th.
Good laps coming in by Acosta and Agura. Acosta lost a bit of Agura rather lost time in sector 2. Acosta's on the charge. He's got some nice temperature now in that Michelin rubber underneath him. Would have taken a little bit longer to have got temperature, optimal temperature in that harder front compared to the medium, but now that'll be working a treat underneath Pedro Acosta. We know how good he is. Such an attacking rider on the front end of that KTM. With that hard holding up underneath him, well, this could be the best time of the weekend so far. Marco Bezzecchi also putting up a strong fight for success here as well. Acosta then now. Out of turn 12 he goes. Oh, he's down! Well, what we were just saying, or what was I just saying about his confidence in that hard front tyre, and he's pushing too hard. Acosta then bites the dust, trail braking into turn 13, and Acosta was on course for the fastest time of the weekend so far. He's A-OK, sprinting back to the paddock, but Acosta's gone down.
And that's going to scupper the two Aprilias, who are now out of the top 10, Martin and Bezzecchi. They're going to hit the yellow flags into turn 13. The recordable section, we're arriving at it now, so Bezzecchi could see the... just at the top of the picture, you can see Acosta trying to recover his way back to the pits again. Bezzecchi over the line takes 5th place. Martin will come across the line. He did back out of it, but I'm sure that Bezzecchi lap will get deleted.
As good as that hard front tyre will be in terms of your braking performance, you will not have the same sort of turning performance or edge grip when you fling it on the side as you would do with the sort of softer compound fronts. Was that a factor at play there as far as Acosta is concerned? Ralph Fernandez on the only Aprilia that he's got at his disposal after his earlier cooking session. On the RSGP, well, he's up to 3rd. Good lap that by Fernandez. Brilliant, 1:34.17.
So Marc Marquez did improve on that lap, but it got deleted due to the yellow flags. It would have only been a 30.9 for Marc Marquez. He's now down in 18th place. The Marquez brothers, 18th and 19th, although Alex looks like he's about to change that. Bastianini's now gone 2nd too. So we've got KTM's 2nd and 3rd.
Good day for France. Zarco fastest, Tech 3 French-based team 2nd. There is Johan Zarco looking super
Mia's
relaxed,
gone quickest.
super cool as Joan Mir.
Honda 1-2.
Honda, what is going on with Honda around this Bugatti circuit? Luca Marini set the fastest time this morning, and now it's his factory Honda colleague Joan Mir that has decided, well, anything you can do, Luca, I can do better, mate. A 1:30.092 has put Mir fastest.
And Marc Marquez is now finally getting himself up to speed into the 130s. Goes into 3rd place now for the world champion. So he has now finally got himself up to speed. We haven't seen much of him, but the world champion with 10 minutes remaining is now up to 3rd. He's the next best behind those two factory Hondas.
Gura was pushing hard in a good lap when he just made a little bit of mistake going into the Blur S's, and he decided to pit at the end of that particular stint. Joan Mir is on the money once again, isn't he, on that RC213V. We pick him up now, hard on the gas, on the power, bit of wheelie. That's going to cost him a bit of time as he came out of turn 8. Garage there, hard on the front end once again. Rear tyre, snakes left, it's snakes right, fishtailing all over the place, the rear of that factory Honda, but he's able to gather it all up and pick up the apex through 9 and 10.
Bezzecchi's lap time did get deleted. He and Martin are now back in the pits. They're 16th and 17th. Their first soft tyre wasted.
I mean, it's a bit of a surprise in the dry to see a Honda leading, let alone a Honda 1-2 here in Le Mans. It's Joan Mir from Zarco. Pecco Bagnaia maybe trying to split the Hondas or better the Hondas as he's on a good lap on the factory Ducati. Mir over the line, that's a 1:30.477. Now, can Bagnaia split the Hondas of Mir and Zarco? We're about to find out very, very shortly here in Le Mans. Bagnaia then powers the Ducati to the finish line, 3rd quickest for Pecco Bagnaia.
So Honda 1-2, Ducati 3-4, KTM 5-6 with Bastianini and Acosta. But here comes Fabio Di Gianantonio, who's had all of there's been the signs, haven't there? He's had the hallmarks of a rider who's looking at something about trying to dominate this French Grand Prix weekend. And is this where Fabio Di Gianantonio lifts himself up the order? A poor 3rd sector relative to the Hondas, but this should lift him nicely inside the top 6.
Yeah, those Honda talks with Gunther Steiner and Tech 3. The Honda bill might have just gone up a notch for 850s next year. Well, Bagnaia is crushing his current lap, absolutely crushing what is going to be his 19th lap of this session. The Gianantonio does find his PB of practice, a 1:30.267, with Pecco Bagnaia. Well, he's going to be charging towards top spot. This could be our first 1:29, our first 90-second lap of this French Grand Prix so far. We know how good Pecco is in this final sector as well. Here he is then, through 9 and 10. That looks like the old Bagnaia, muscling, wrestling that Ducati around.
That Honda clearly works very well through that same section. Once again, Bagnaia couldn't match Mir through Sector 3. The two Aprilias, the factory Aprilias of Martini Bezzecchi are now back out there. Of course, Bezzecchi would have been in the top 10 had it not been for the yellows for Acosta's crash, so he's clearly got the speed, but he's not got the time on his side now. He needs to deliver on this final one. Is Bagnaia going to give us the first 1:29 of the weekend? It's not, but it is quick enough to lift him ahead of Mir. A 30.045. Bagnaia now on top.
6.5 minutes of this practice session remaining. Bagnaia, Mir, Zarco, Di Gianantonio, Marc Marquez, Bastianini, Acosta, Alex Marquez, Fernandez and Negura. At the moment, they are your top 10, which at the moment, of course, does not feature our World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi. The top two in the World Championship right now, 16th and 17th respectively, as we get a replay of Pedro Acosta. Gravity takes over, and down the road goes Pedro Acosta. At that stage of the session was second. He has been relegated back down to 7th now.
There was a little bit of a kick from the rear tyre, wasn't there, before he crashed, which certainly would have helped matters for Pedro Acosta, and that's a lot of lost Euros disappearing into the gravel trap as that KTM goes for its own journey. We'll keep an eye on Fabio Quartararo, by the way, out of picture 2, who's going fairly quickly. Might just get himself into the top 10 as we now ride on board, and that's the last we'll see of that KTM. And DAZN pundit and KTM test rider Paul Espargaro not enjoying what he sees. Quartararo does, momentarily at least, get himself into Q2 for Yamaha.
What a result, what a bonus this would be if Quartararo could get himself into Q2. You just know that he is wringing the neck out of that M1. You're not going to find anybody that's going to get anything more out of that Yamaha than Fabio Quartararo at the moment. Back on board then with Jorge Martin, the factory Aprilias have got some work to do late on here. 5 minutes of this session remaining, and still remaining down in 16th and 17th are Martin and Bezzecchi. Alex Rins out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Well, he's right behind the 89 of Jorge Martin. These two are close pals up in the Andorran Mountains, and Alex Rins taking full advantage of this reference ahead of him. Here we go now into the Blur S's. Now, this would be a shock for Alex Rins to put the factory Yamaha into P1. It'd be a result just to get himself inside the top 10, given what we've seen so far from Rins on the 42 machine.
Knock his teammate out.
He has a bit of a twitch there, didn't he, Alex? That's how hard he was pushing on that Yamaha. Over the line, the two Spaniards will go. Martin 5th, Rins 3rd. Alex Rins goes up into 3rd place. What a lap of 1:30.195.
What a lap from Alex Rins, the lap of the day, surely. Marco Bezzecchi then has 4 minutes remaining. He's P18 now, the World Championship leader. We're heading into genuine crisis territory for Bezzecchi. He's got 3 more laps to get himself into the top 10. At the moment, he's staring Q1 in the face.
This is Alex Rins, having been dumped by Yamaha next season and seemingly out of a MotoGP ride next season, saying, hey guys, I'm still fast enough to be at this level. I can still cut the mustard with the very, very best. Mention this is 150th Grand Prix starting MotoGP this weekend. And that'll put a smile on Alex's face. A brilliant 1:30.195. Luca Marini, fastest this morning, trying to rescue his day one here in Le Mans, down in 14th place at the moment. Jorge Martin pushing towards potentially the best lap of the day. Fast through the first 2 sectors is the Martinator.
Yeah, Bezzecchi's improving, but as you saw there, the estimation at the moment is that he'll only move up 1 place, 0.18 of a second down at the halfway stage, but 3.5 tenths covers the entire top 10 at the moment, and that's all changing. Alex Marquez and Bastianini set personal best. Marini manages to put in a 30.4, but that's not quick enough.
Nowhere near quick enough. Luca Marini only up from 14th to 12th. Iagura, we're keeping an eye on Iagura. His split times, he's so good in the first half of this Le Mans. Lap is Iagura. Repeat your times now, seeing with red sectors in the first and second splits. Martin then does spare some blushes at the factory Aprilia team. A 1:30.128 has rocketed Martin up into 3rd place. Bezzecchi then only up to 12th. It's all on here for the World Championship leader. He's been in dire straits before on Friday so far this season and come out smiling, but he's under the cosh. Agura then, has he nailed the 3rd and 4th split this time around? Well, he did, but only up to 8th.
And that's Acosta now dumped out. He's about to chase that, though. Look at stability for Agura there as he approaches turn 1. Acosta from P11 up to 5th now. So Mark and Alex Marquez, they're both now booted out of the top 10. It's changing by the lap.
Jerez Grand Prix winner Alex, world champion Marc Marquez, and world champion Marco Bezzecchi at the moment, going into what would be a massive heavyweight Q1 session. What a 2 minutes. What 120 seconds we've got left here then in Le Mans.
Yeah, something went wrong for Mark in that final sector, so he's back out of it. So Mark's going to have one more shot at this when he comes around next time around. Here's Alex Marquez then, who only needs to find half a tenth to get himself into the top 10. He might go all the way up ahead of Bagnaia. The Jerez winner now attacks the line. Gian Antonio goes super quickly behind him, and Alex Marquez matches Bagnaia to the 1,000th of a second. Yeah,
and they know that was a big lap. Look at the faces, look at the reaction in Gresini Racing. And what about this reaction incoming from VR46 Ducati and Fabio Di Gianantonio? Surely this is the first 129 incoming. Zarco's flying as well. We do get a 129, and it's courtesy of Fabio Di Gianantonio. 129.917 from Digia, but keep an eye on Zarco.
How big is this for Marco Bezzecchi? 15th up to 6th. The World Championship leader might well have just spared his blushes. Johan Zarco, though, is attacking the line. He's takes top spot from Digia.
129.907 from Johan Zarco. The Frenchman really is flying once again on home soil. Yes.
The crowd don't like that very much, do they?
Get a heart rate monitor right now on Lucio Cecchinello for Saturday and Sunday here in France. Zarco then finds a 129.907, exactly 100th of a second clear of Di Gianantonio. It's only Friday afternoon, but the French fans are already in full voice.
So this is Marc Marquez about to start his final flying lap of the session, and he's going to start it in 13th place. The world champion needs a crucial 90 seconds here to even get himself into Q2.
Yeah, sweating late on here, as well as Acosta, who's in 10th place. Exact same lap time he's done with Agura. Agura has the advantage in 9th. They'll just do that on count back. Agura's next best lap is quicker. Somebody has gone down.
But that's ahead of Mark. He's in trouble.
We're in our headsets. We've got a faller here late on in Le Mans into the final 10 seconds of this session. Now, how much could this prove decisive as far as the reigning world champion Marc Marquez is concerned? Well, it's over. Marc Marquez then comes through that sector. Was it Bagnaia that was on the floor? I was going to say it's his teammate. So Pecco Bagnaia then, who's going to go through to Q2 in 3rd place, wrestling with the marshals. It's going to put his teammate, reigning world champion Marc Marquez, in Q1.
I don't think he's fast enough anyway. I don't know whether Marc Marquez has seen the yellows and recognised it's all going wrong. Look, he's sitting up. Marc Marquez knows it's all over. The world champion is heading for qualifying 1 here at Le Mans.
An own goal by the Ducati Lenovo team. Nothing that Pecco Bagnaia could do, but his crash then at La Chapelle, down the hill into turn 6, not costly for Bagnaia apart from a bit of a crash built. But as far as Marc Marquez is concerned, the reigning world champion into Q1 because of that crash. That moment there, little did he know it, from Pecco Bagnaia, has proved so costly for Marc Marquez. The world champion then will be in Q1. No dramas, no problems. Magnifique once again here in Le Mans for Johan Zarco. His 129.907 puts him in P1 here on Practice Friday. What an opening day we've had here in the French sunshine. Johan Zarco once again lighting up Le Mans. Fastest by 100th of a second clear of Fabio Di Gianantonio. Surely that's got to be one of the closest top 10s we've ever had on a Friday afternoon. There's not even 3/10 of a second ultimately at the end of that session, which split. The top 10 have gone directly through to Q2. Zarco, Digia, Bagnaia, Alex Marquez, Mir, Martin, Bezzecchi, Rins, Agura. What a job by Alex Rins in 8th place. Agura 9th, Acosta 10th. Despite his late fall when running second, he creeps into that second session. But Marc Marquez is troublesome. His problematic defence to his MotoGP World title in 2026 shows no signs of ending. The 93 in Q1.
What an incredible session that was. So close. Honda fastest, Ducati's second, third and fourth, Honda fifth. The Aprilias just about sped their blushes, didn't they? Sixth and seventh for Martin and Bezzecchi. The lap of the day, even if he was behind Martin, he's still going to do the job himself. Alex Rins up in 8th place. Spare a thought for his teammate Fabio Quartararo, the other home favourite. He was only half a second away from his compatriot Zarco, but that amounted to 17th place.
Certainly Aldeguer, as we feared he would, paid a heavy price for his early crash in the first chicane. Aldeguer was only 21st fastest. Well, Alex Rins clearly trying to keep himself in the shot window. His 150th Grand Prix start. What a lap by Rins, one of the star performers of Practice Friday. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Mario Meregali with Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. We've spoken a lot about Yamaha's troubles this year, but credit where it's due. That's an unbelievable lap from Alex to get into Q2, Mayo.
Yeah, he did a great job. Since this morning it was quite fast in all the circumstances. With the new tire, used tire, and yeah, I think he waited the right train to follow, and he did a good job. As you can imagine, for us to enter in Q2 in this moment is a good result, and we will take it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure you will. Great job. Well done.
Thank you.
Class performance that by Alex Rins. He was 6th fastest this morning, as Mario Meregali's done well to point out. But what a Friday. The perfect start to this French Grand Prix for Johann Zarco. On the back of his helmet it said Zarco did it. Of course, referencing his brilliance here in the flag-to-flag race of 2025. Can he do it again? Can rain or shine here on Sunday? Lucio Cecchinello's heart rate just gone up another notch. Johann Zarco fastest on Friday here in Le Mans. Can he do it once again? Let's get the thoughts of the boss for Jack.
Lucio, you said this morning that expectations were too high. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, they've just gone up even more.
That's I mean, he made a fantastic job. Also, the team made a fantastic job. I want to say thank you for everyone. We are only Friday, but of course, let's take home this nice Friday and work for tomorrow. Congrats. Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic job by LCR and by Johann Zarco. Only 2 riders today in the 129, Zarco and the Gian Antonio. Unfortunately, nowhere near the 29s, and plenty to ponder for our reigning world champion, Marc Marquez. 13th at the end of day one here and in Q1, and not given the chance late on to improve on his 130.371 because of yellow flags on his last flying lap at turn 6. And who brought out those yellow flags? None other than his factory Ducati teammate Pecco Bagnaia, and a sort of kick mark while he's down as well. Yeah. Bagnaia's going into Q2 in the top 3.
Yeah, cruising through in the end on a 130.0. Ultimately, if you leave it down to that very last lap of the afternoon, you put yourself at risk of some yellow flags, some outside factors costing you everything. And I think it's debatable, to be honest, whether Marc Marquez would have been fast enough anyway to get himself into Q2. This man certainly was. And while Johann Zarco will understandably steal the headlines at Le Mans, the lap of the day might well belong to Alex Rins.
Alex Rins, like all the other Yamaha riders, clearly at the moment not able to showcase the best of his skills, the best of his talents on that struggling M1. But he took his opportunity quite brilliantly. One of our 2 riders in the 129 bracket today is Fabio Di Gianantonio. And once again, we're getting very used to saying this, aren't we, in 2026. Digia lands as your top Ducati on day one here in France. Fabio Quartararo, not even 0.6 of a second away from his compatriot Johann Zarco in that session, but 16 places between the 2 home heroes. That's how close the competition was on day one here at the Bugatti circuit in Le Mans. It's been some start to this Michelin Grand Prix of France. Hopefully the best is still to come, but on day one, the home fans going home happy.
An unbelievable opening day. Just to underline how close it was, there were 2 riders with identical times, 3rd and 4th, and 2 riders with identical times in 9th and 10th. Zarco quickest from Di Gianantonio and Bagnaia, whose late crash scuppered the Q2 hopes of his teammate. Alex Marquez 4th from Mir, Martin, Bezzecchi, Rins, Agura, and Pedro Acosta, who squeaked through the Q2 despite that crash at Recorder 1. Bastianini misses out for Tech 3 ahead of Brad Binder. Marc Marquez 13th, Ralph Fernandez, whose bike caught fire midway through the session, 14th ahead of Miller Marini. Quartararo, Morbidelli once again in Q1 ahead of Moreira, who was as high as 4th at one point. Shuffled back to 19th ahead of Toprak, Aldeguer, who crashed at the Dunlop chicane, and Jonas Folger, the injury replacement for Maverick Vinales at Tech 3.
So Johan Zarco then, top rider on day one here in front of his home crowd. Let's just check out his work. Started the session on the hard front, soft rear. Was doing pretty well, some very strong high 130s, low 131s, and then untouchable on a fresh soft rear tyre at the end of the session at 129.907, sending the home fans happy.
Similar-ish pace for Fabio Di Gianantonio, high 130 as you can see on run 2 before he switched across. He went for the hard front tyre on his latter runs when he went into time attack mode, and he joins Zarco in the 129s.
Pecco Bagnaia, despite that late crash at turn 6, waltzing into Q2, unlike his teammate Marc Marquez, who stuck in Q1 tomorrow, a 130.045, ensured Pecco inside the top 3. 22 laps in that session for the Italian.
An identical fastest lap time to him was Alex Marquez, who will be one of several, a little relieved in the end to be through to Q2. He was doing mid-31s for much of that session, 31.2, 31.3 sort of pace in the end. Got down to a 30-point flat on a brand new soft rear tyre, which saw him through in 4th.
How are we looking on the splits around this 4.19-kilometre Le Mans circuit? Agura, super quick in that first sector once again, just ahead of Alex Marquez and Zarco. 3
different manufacturers in sector 2. Di Gianantonio just edging Rins in the second split.
Pedro Acosta leading a brace of Ducatis in sector 3 ahead of Diggio and Bagnaia.
So Aprilia fastest in sector 1, Ducati in sector 2, KTM in sector 3, Joan Mir for Honda quickest in sector 4.
Well, that was some start, wasn't it, to proceedings here in the Michelin Grand Prix of France. French fans had to wait over 7 decades to see one of their own win in MotoGP on home turf. Surely we're not going to get 2 French wins in 12 months. Thanks to Johan Zarco's brilliance. Your 2025 Le Mans Grand Prix winner sets this all out quite brilliantly on day one here in 2026. Zarco in France, fastest once again.